Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, December the 1st, first day of December. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? My thoughts on BlackBerry as a proud Canadian. It's always amazed to see BlackBerry doing anything. Big news, obviously. I mean, if you look at AWS, Amazon Web Services, that was the news release this morning. I mean, it's obviously huge news for BlackBerry. At least the investors think it is. The market think it is right now. Where it's going, hard to know. But if you look at take a look at the monthly chart. The next high looking left is around, 936. That's the next high looking 940. After that, we've got 1025. I mean, this is the biggest move in BlackBerry we've seen in years and years and years. Real says it's going to 10. Just have to wait and see. I mean, it's nice news, no question about it. I mean, I'm trying to remember the last time we ever had BlackBerry's had some interesting press. I mean, it's no longer a hardware company. But anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. There is other stuff happening. Now, one thing I do want to point out, TTNP is not up that astronomical percent, okay? Again, this is a reverse split, a 1 for 30 reverse split, okay? So this is not up 2,400%. I agree with Real on that one. The past BlackBerry spikes have been usually on earnings, and they're little earning surprises, things like that. But this, I suppose, this has the potential to be a big game changer. I mean, right now the market is reacting in that fashion. So again, just have to wait and see. And yesterday, man, oh man, this one kept going. Look at CAAS up another 26% after the monster day yesterday. Low float. Trade of the week. This has really done well. It's pulled back a little bit, but I mean, this has really done well. That's over $1 now from the entry, 592, got up to 722 pre-market. Look at the room this has got on the daily chart, guys. I mean, this still has a lot of room. The high rate there is 686, so it's still just a little bit above the high rate there. MBRX. Let's see, this is a cheap one. I don't know if it's still holding $1. MBRX. Yeah, it's holding $1. Okay. It's not a low float, 51 million in the float. FDA gives them, for 3 of their drugs, rare disease designation. GTHX continues. Wow, what a move. This was an AI alert from yesterday. Where was the alert? The alert was had actually 2 alerts yesterday. But anyway, it's over $20 now, GTHX. Look left on that monthly chart, has room to 25. I'm not saying it's getting there, I'm just saying that's on the chart. Same on the weekly probably, yep. All right, this one is just starting to show up. This FieldTech FTEK. Ooh, boy, is this fine? It is shortable too. FTEK, look at this one, giving it up, and look from where it came, $1, not that long ago. CRBP. Okay, what did it do? Got all the way up to 215 in the pre-market and it is really faded. So it's hard to know what's going to happen. I'm just looking to see, I don't see any specific reason for it. Tour, this was a really active one last week. This is an earnings play actually. Tour is an earnings play. It had a huge week last week, up to 450 before it pulled back. This is an earnings play. Actually trying to pop a little bit here. Another SPAC, TDAC. Is it still holding? Yeah, it's starting to give it up. Well, not really. It looks worse on the 2-minute chart. It's up almost 10%. TDAC, another SPAC. It's had a great couple of days and continuation so far today. Let's see if KXIN is still up. It was up earlier. Another one that's just kind of fading now, though. I mean, it was up to 771. It's dropped $1 since the highs pre-market. So this may amount to nothing. Of course, Moderna is still surging higher here. Look at Moderna, mRNA, up another 13%, $20. Of course, vaccine news getting closer and closer. Now, this was low volume when I first saw it, FSTX. FSTX was low volume. Yeah, the volume is still low, but I wouldn't lose sight of this one. It's up 22%. Very low float, 3.8 million in the float. Probably this was a symbol name change, more than likely, right here. So it's not an IPO. It looks like an IPO, but it is not. So if this volume picks up with that float, I mean, anything could happen. PBR. This is a big float, huge float, 3 billion in the float. Brazilian company. Saw another one, BBD. I think that's a bank. So maybe some of these Brazilian stocks will be alive today. All I was really looking at this one for is if it takes out 10. I mean, it's a big float, so I don't expect like a huge move. But if it takes out 10, it could have a little run in it, and that is PBR. And let's see, KSS. This is really out. Look at the pop here. It's had earnings on the 17th, so it's nothing to do with that. I don't know if their coal stock up on signing long-term strategic partnership with Sephora. Okay, so Sephora, big cosmetic company, to open 850 stores. And what else do I have here? Well, I guess I should mention this one. I know the percentage is up. It's under $1. I really dislike this stock. I've always found it a very tough trader. But anyway, for those of you who want to see this one, huge volume, JAGX, JAGX, up 68%. 22 million shares. Probably trade the float today. The float is 45 million. It's a huge float for a sub $1 stock, but there it is. You should have audio, yes. To refresh. And did I miss anything from my list? I don't think so. Oh, Momo. Keep an eye maybe on Momo. This is a China company. It is actually an earnings play. One of the few earnings plays. The reason why it's catching my eye is that, what's the price? $13.86. The low of that week right there is $13.33. So, I mean, if it gets down below $13.33, there's really no support. And that is for Momo. So I'm gonna stick an alert there. See once the market opens if it really starts to give it up. All right, I just want to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, not too many upgrades, a few more downgrades, but not too many of each, so let me get them in. Guys, keep an eye on NIO, N-I-O, keep an eye on NIO. Why? For whatever reason, Goldman has put an upgrade on NIO. So definitely keep an eye on NIO. Yeah, this is just a service from briefing.com. It's nothing to do with trade ideas, Michael, okay? It's a free service from briefing.com. I use it because I say this every day, but it's easy because for me, it just gets sent to my email every morning. But there are tons of websites out there, tons of sites out there that will offer upgrades and downgrades. This is by no means a complete list, but as I say, it makes it easy for me because it just gets sent to me. A couple of downgrades for info, INFO, info. So I'd be definitely watching NIO going forward, not necessarily today. I mean, it's up a little bit, you know, $1 or 2.2%, but you know, Goldman gets behind it. Who knows? Well, I mean, typically when one goes, they all three of them go, but you know, nothing written in stone on it. XPEV is up, yes, and probably LI is up. Yeah, they're all up this morning. Good morning, Tech. Here is another Brazilian stock, Vale, I believe. Anyway, yeah, another Brazilian. So stuff happening in Brazil today. We have Vale, we have BBD, we have PBR. Those are three Brazilian stocks that I'm noticing my gap ups. Yeah, good to know. I'm sure Goldman knows that too, but yeah, I just never really considered the ADR fees, Deuce. I mean, it depends on your account size, I guess, but it's never stopped me from buying NIO or anything else. But well, let's see if they're all, I mean, I don't know about Candy. Is it moving higher right now? No. So it's just right now as we speak. I mean, it was higher, a little bit higher, up to 10. So at one point it had popped up this morning, but it's like the North American ones aren't. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, this is China. How could I forget? Well, it's not following suit, so I don't know what to say. It's not following with the other three. Silver. I'm hearing silver. AG. First Majestic Silver. AG. For all you metallurgists out there, this symbol for silver. And this is still strong. GameStop, GME. Well, actually, it was interesting. Had a very interesting day yesterday. Had a big pop, and then obviously it sold off at the end because it got all the way up to. Let me back this out in the 15-minute chart. Let's see where it got to. So look at the pop. It got up to 1943 or so, and then it sold off all the way down to 1650. It is a big drop. $3 drop for a $16 to $19 stock, so it is trying to come back a little bit. Sorry about that. I sneezed. I put myself on mute. Okay, guys, sorry. Man. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at the news for candy, and yeah, so Hindenburg is causing them some grief today. Hindenburg, they're the same ones who got all over candy right here, or Nikola right here, and caused their big downturn. So again, Candy believes the Hindenburg report contains numerous errors, misstatements of historical facts, inaccurate conclusions, superfluous opinions. So, so the defense is on, but I mean, look. Nikola really has not recovered. I mean, it had a couple of. I mean, I suppose it had a mild recovery up to 40. That though, yeah, that was last week. Okay, but anyway, it did have a bit of a pop like all the EVs, but look where it is still. So. silver is kind of alive here. There's another silver play. Fortuna Silver Mines, FSM, is alive. It's a pretty big float, 182 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of these two. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so you don't want to lose all your hard work. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. We'll start to see something here at 9:30. Yeah, I don't really look at, it's just sort of out of the price range that I like to trade, so I don't really have any thoughts about BABA. I mean, it's really done nothing. It's only 0.77%. So it's just out of the price range that I really concentrate on, look at. All I can say is that, you know, you got to hope that 253 holds. So it's right in the middle here, you know, there's your 280 and 253, so it's kind of stuck in the middle right now. Look at this, CCL, little pop here, CCL. And Mara, I'm still in the Mara. I hope GKK is not in the room. I have to whisper to you guys, I did sell a little bit. Michael, hard for me to know on your scanner. Are you talking about a top list or an alert window? I mean, it's very hard for me to know why, you know, without seeing your scan. Okay, so I am swinging. Yeah, I am still swinging it though. I am still swinging Mara. I was in yesterday at 528. I did sell some for a little over $1 late yesterday, 636. I may add back if it gets over there again. An alert window. It's again, Michael. It's really hard for me to know. Do you have a green ball? I'm going to have to try to do this quickly before the market opens. Do you have a green ball that's showing you have a live connection? What happens when the market opens? It's possible you have a filter that's preventing any pre-market. If you have the relative volume filter in an alert window, you will get no. Look at NKLA now, guys. Look at this. It's like another Hindenburg report. I mean, look at this. Sorry. So you have the relative volume filter. If you have the relative volume filter in your alert windows, you will get no data in the pre-market. I'm not sure if I mentioned VXRT, little virus play. All right, guys, market is going to open in less than a minute. Excuse me, let's have another great trading day today. Okay, there's a nice pop here for VXRT. I think that had a little bit of virus news. Very hard for me to know, Michael. You'd have to maybe give me your pop your Cloud link in or something. I can take a look at it later. I can't do it right now with the market opening. All right, guys. So at this point, I'm all out of the Mara again. I'll take a look at it again if it gets at a 6 over 6. So I did sell some late yesterday at 636, and I just sold some more. So I got rid of what I had left. And I'll probably take it back if it gets over 6. Man, NKLA is just getting crushed here. And Candy now, guys. Candy, really the brunt of that Hindenburg. It's not shortable for me. You know, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Gotta let things settle down just a little bit. All right, remember, how typical is this? So there's CCL, it popped up. Now it's starting to give it up a bit here, CCL. And one reason I don't like trading the first 15, look at this move by CAAS up to 1349, all the way down to 1159. It had the pop, now the drop. So I just like to see things settle down just a little bit. There's BB bulletin board, BB. Not bulletin board, of course, but that's a great move, especially with that float, 550 million in the float. Not a low float situation, up 48% on the AWS news. Meanwhile, wow, I mean, this is just getting creamed again. NKLA. Well, it feels like the market's off about 1,000 points. Stuff I'm saying, but we're up 300. Tech is up. SPY is up, just the stuff that I'm seeing, just a sea of yellow. VXRT, another fizzle. Another one that's fizzling right now, VXRT. Sometime this month, right, Martin? Is there a specific date yet for those two IPOs? Okay, well look at KXIN. Okay, so this is a China stock. Sure, yep, China stock. Auto in the, oh, there's Momo. Momo, look at Momo. I had that alert set. There's the low right there, 1333, sitting right there. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, KXIN. Serious rippage now. Well, the high last month was 10.18. Last month, that's last month. Today is the first. Yeah, look at NIU. Big pop in the pre-market. Giving it up. NIU. Well, Lily, that's what they used to say about Amazon. Every book they sold, they lost money. Well, this is just nonstop. So what is NIO doing after that Goldman upgrade? Actually, interesting. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, but Lily, we didn't know Amazon was going to be Amazon when they were just a bookseller. I'm just, listen, you of course can do what you want. I'm not saying I'm going to take a door or anything like that, but the fact that a company is losing money at the beginning typically doesn't really matter that much. Okay, Rene Sola. Where are they out of? China. Okay, so Sol, S-O-L. Wow, look at this gap here. So take a look at the monthly chart. And we got 975, so that's far enough away. We have 925, so 9 could be a tough one to get through, but boy, if it ever got through 9, look at the room this SOL has. All right, getting interested in the Mara again, M-I-R-A, again. Sol on the move here, guys. Look at Sol. Look at WWR. WWR. This was such a great call. Not because of really, I mean, obviously because of what it's done. And by the way, if you're not signed up for the trade of the week, why aren't you? So I'm just going to pop my homepage in here. All right, so there's my homepage link, and if you click on my homepage link, I think the first thing here is the trade of the week. It's a free service. Sign up for it. Again, this week's was WWR. The trigger was 592. You can see where it is right now. So you can just click on my homepage and right there. Also, if you want all my scans that I'm sharing, right here. I'm going to go over all this a little bit later, but the trade of the week, I mean, why not? Free service. Okay, so back in the Mara. Mr. 99.9% of the time it's Steve Gomez. He has a little help, I think, from Andy from time to time, but Steve comes up with the trade. It's not easy. I mean, you come up with one trade for the week, and you have to look at the last six of them. I'm back in GKK. I'm back in, so it's okay. It's okay. Oh, does that mean you're not liking it anymore? What is this off and on relationship of which you speak? Oh, I see. Oh, you're talking. Okay, you're speaking as if Mara knows what I'm doing. I see. Okay. All right. I actually thought you were talking about some specific news about Mara. That's okay. I'm back in, and actually with a little bit more than I had before. So, but of course, we do not talk about size and profits. But what? Okay, this is what I did. I got in yesterday at 5:28. I sold some at 6:36 yesterday, towards the end, and I sold some more this morning. Got out of it completely at around 5:85, and I'm back in at around 6:02. So, and with more. Okay, you happy? You'd have to break all my fingers or something to keep me off the sell button. Let me take a look at what Bitcoin is doing. GBTC. Okay, so that's why Mara is moving also. So there was a little downturn this morning, and now Bitcoin is up. Well, GBTC, the ETF. How is PFE doing? It was up this morning. All right, so this is sort of uh, the one that's really lagging, Moderna. But let's take a look here. 5.5 billion in the float. That might be one of the reasons, of course. I mean, I know there are differences. Yeah, so, you know, Pfizer has a huge, I mean, this is a big float also, but I mean, Pfizer's float is more than 10 times Moderna's. So it takes a bunch to move it. Yeah, Trade of the Week is fantastic. And you guys should head over to the YouTube feed when I take my break at 12, because Steve will be there. And you can give him all sorts of accolades. Yeah, look at the volume that came into Mara. No, I said I'd get back in if it got over 6, so happy times. Actually, even a red bar ignored. Be aggressive. Let's put a 7 price target. Oh my goodness, I lost sight of Mara. Sorry, not Mara, but Momo. Sugar. So both Riot and Mara, of course. Ah, look at Mara. But look at Momo. I was okay. Real, you can say it for me regarding Mara. You can put the acronym in. That's the one. That's the one. If I sold now, but I'm not allowed to, so I won't. Um, but Momo, wow. I mean, I was talking about this. If it took out what's the low there? 1352 or 1333. So it's still just a little bit below that low. There's silver. I mentioned silver earlier, so a bit choppy, but silver HE is man. What do we have here though? 1120. So maybe a little too much resistance on that daily chart. So what you're seeing here, these are the simulated trades that I took yesterday and I kept them overnight. This is how you can practice trading. You can practice swing trading. All right, so took the WWR at 614, 634. Open P&L almost up $600 on the 500 shares. This one up $68, the STKL. I'm going to go over this in about 30 minutes or so. Oops. Okay, so there down goes BB. This could be, I'm sure William has shorted it. Okay, so John, tell you what, that promo code is over, but if you email me, okay, email me, I might be able to do something for you, okay? If you're looking to upgrade to an annual. Wow, look at PRTS car parts. Look at okay, this is an all-time high. Almost. Almost. What do you have here? 1644 and yeah, I mean, we're getting close to an all-time high for PRTS. Okay, so A2 Sam, are you looking to upgrade from a monthly to an annual? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sam? So you signed up for a monthly on the premium, but you're thinking of downgrading to standard, but on an annual. Is that correct? Okay, here. I'm just going to send you a message. Actually, I don't have to do it that way. Well, I can't, I, I can't tell you if you need premium. But just send an email to Kelly at trade-ideas.com, okay, and tell her what you want to do, all right? In a moment here. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just contacting our accounting. All right, okay, you want my setup? Sure. Namjanix. This is essentially it. This is my shared layout. All right, Dave, so this is what I would do. I would start off with this, the 20 short lessons, okay? It covers all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Okay, the 20 short lessons. It'll look something like this when you click on that link. And you know, what is a top list, building a top list, what is an alert window, creating one, etc. Okay, it won't take you 20 days to do it, but I would absolutely start there. And of course, I'm in the room. I can always help. All right, let's get back to what's happening here. Look at DSL. Ooh, Double Line Income Solutions Fund. Where are you out of? Ooh, 17.19 down to 16. This is just taking a header. All right, I guess this is another virus play, right? DVAX, or is it not? I can't. Oh, this is the one for India, right? I believe this is the one for India, or has India approval? Look at Kirk. Remember Kirk? Ah, man, Kirk. The captain is alive. Look at this. What a move! If you recall, you have to go back a few weeks, but this was an 80-cent stock, and look at the run it had virtually every single week, up, 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 up from 80 cents all the way to 13.65 before it finally came back. But look at this. Well, I hear riot, so Mara cannot be far behind. Who's winning today? 4.9% and 7%. So Mara is still this, I like the percentage moves. Why? It has slightly less in the float, 25 million in the float compared to Riot. 46 million in the float. I will say this, I think Riot probably has a bigger following, 9 million shares. No, I don't know. 12 million shares. Okay, I'm not sure what NVAX has to do with India. Unless it got the okay in India. I'm not sure now that I'm reading this. Wow, look at Corsair. There's Martin and his Corsair coming right back. Remember, I talked about this one yesterday. Look at the bottoming tail. This was straight up after the IPO, basically, until last week. Meanwhile, TEDU, education stock, I believe. Yes, TEDU out of China. Look at TEDU. Low float, 23 million in the float. It has room. No, I haven't even noticed what's happening here. Oh, wow, 8.15. Look at the move it had, up to $9. ABUS has not moved in the right direction, but look at the move BTBT had. And PBR, I put this in a little bit as a wild, not a wild one, a little speculation if it can take out 10. Meanwhile, Arlo, wow, another one that's, I think it got halted. So yeah, it got halted and now it just resumed. So much action this morning. Okay, so WWR, it still has some room, guys. You take a look left. This still has a ton of room, WWR. The trade of the week. Okay, here's a little one, NTN. It's funny, I didn't even, I know why I had this in. This had the big pop after hours yesterday. So I saw this after hours move. So, it got up to what, 288. It's a low float, boy. Anything could happen here. What's the high here? 222, 219, 215. So if it can take out, say, 222, I'm going to put a price alert right there. It has a shot into this area. It's not a beautiful looking daily. I wish all this weren't here. It's space, SPCE. Yeah, so much for the Goldman upgrade this morning. I thought maybe, with that gold, there was, I think, the initial reaction to the Goldman upgrade. Ooh, look at NTN, guys. Such a low float, 2 million in the float. Anything could happen. I just wish all this wasn't there. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, another one here, a little more expensive than I'm used to in my watch list, but KPTI. And importantly, okay, look at the 200-day moving average, 1763. Let's see if this can hold that 200-day moving average, 1763, and pop off it. If it can, I mean, look left on that weekly chart, has room. You know, it looks like the highs are around the 1960 to 20 level for KPTI. Look at fuel cell, boy. Yeah, the bloom is off the EVs for sure. Right now, I mean, you know, as we speak, could all change tomorrow, of course. Okay, here's another. So Azul, AZUL, another Brazilian stock airliner, or in that sector, I should say. Well, I just think it's all to do with gaming, of course, Corsair, you know, and so if you believe the gaming, you know, so the stay-at-home gamers, I mean, they make you know, fancy keyboards. I don't know what else they do, fancy keyboards and mice. I don't know if they do anything else, but I do have one of those fancy mice. All right, guys, VXRT looks like it's really giving it up. Look at that big topping tail there, underneath the whole number. All right, I've taken a short on this one, okay? If it gets back up to 8, I'm out. I just want to see if it can continue to move down, and that's the VXRT. In at 794 on the short, 794 on the short. But they don't make computers, do they? Do they make computers too, Corsair? Or brand them anyway? Okay, just very quickly. Okay, I'm not going to hang around too long if it doesn't move down quickly. Boy, CAAS, it's what a rebound here. All right, guys, I'm just watching a couple of there's only one AI one that I'm interested in. I'm only interested in the ones under 20. That's just me, but it's interesting. Well, I was asked what do I think of Tesla in the YouTube feed. Again, it's way out of the price range I like to trade. I mean, I don't even know how to comment on Tesla. I mean, it's up $21. I guess their news yesterday, was it yesterday, that they're um, going to be able to go into China. So, I mean, I don't really know how I can comment anymore. It's almost a cult stock. I wouldn't, I mean, I think it's beyond being a cult stock now, but that's just me. Somebody asked why it's just a personal preference. The AI under 20, it's just a personal preference, bigger percentage moves. That doesn't mean anybody else who has the AI has to follow what I do, of course. Okay, just kind of watching. Yeah, I mean, diplomacy. Sometimes, you don't get very many under 20, but it just allows me to concentrate on those ones. Look at DSL continues down here. Did it even have any sort of a pull up? A very minor one. I get maybe a little bit more than minor, but DSL continues down here. All right, I'm looking maybe to get out of the VXRT. I was almost going to. I mean, I don't expect very much out of it. I mean, it's got some hype to it. I almost took it out right here. Didn't quite. Yeah, I am a little surprised. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised in what's happening with NIO. Now, of course, the skeptic in all of us is going to say, well, Goldman put the upgrade so they could get all of their clients out right here. But it just looks like the entire sector is just, it's tired, a little bit tired right now. It's been on a tremendous run. Mentioned Kirk earlier. Look at Kirk, still strong. Yeah, U.S. Steel had a nice little move here. It had a great month, really. I mean, remember, it's got a lot in the float. Had a nice month. I think the big area for it to try to get through is right where it is, 1547. Okay, guys, I'm out of the VXRT. Basically, flat. I'll look at it again if it gets underneath 790. Had a quick little pop in it, but I was looking for a little bit more. So I'm trying to see if there's any news on it. I saw they did have some news on the 24th, granted a U.S. patent. I don't see any specific. Wow, look at PLTR, guys. Remember this one yesterday? Look, this is really collapsing now too. PLTR. Well, I saw this in the pre-market. Looked really, really good again, but market opens and wow. You know, it's funny. I mean, I'm just seeing so many stocks that are moving down or gapping up and reversing. And here's another one, PBYI, Puma Biotech. Look at this, and look at this monthly. Look at this monthly chart, just basing. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to try it again. I got back into the VXRT, basically the same price. So let's see if it moves a little bit further down this time. VXRT back in at 794 on the short. Yeah, meanwhile, Mogo. So this was a high flyer. RMG, this is another one that is really another one of these SPACs. And I mean, this had an unbelievable month. Look at where it came from, $10, got all the way up to almost 20. All right, now this one, Luxembourg company. Okay, wow, look at CAAP. Look at the room it's got. Let's take a look left on that weekly chart. Has some room, maybe up to the 550 level. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. And it's a, relatively low float. See, any news on this one? I can't see any specific news on it. All right, I have to stick an alert, maybe around the high right there. All right, so some of these SPACs, so this is another SPAC that is starting to give it up. HCAC, big day yesterday at one point, 1450 or so, closed at 13. continuing down. Yeah, so Ogres, I'm not going to be able to help, but I can tell you who you can go to. You're going to have to go to accounting. Yeah, the password and username are case sensitive. So let me give you the home page. You can start a live chat. All right, I might be forgetting about the VXRT. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so when you go to the home page, click on that link and you'll see something, you'll get a little pop-up or something that'll say start a live discussion. Give them their email address that you used to sign up with, okay? And then they'll be able to help you. It's so funny. I mean, look at the market, yet everything I'm seeing is is moving lower. Not everything, but yeah, they've got a Kirk, big run, and now it is dropping. JMIA is still weak after yesterday's financing news. JMIA. All right, guys, I took another little loss on the VXRT. I might just give up on that one. Yeah, I mean this is a virus play, but this in theory should have been going in the other direction. It was for a while. You know, I mean if we have a cure, then we won't need this anymore, in theory. You know what? I'm wrong. I keep mixing this up with the APT. Sorry, the protective clothing. I'm mixing it up with that one. Well, okay, Arlo right there, 730, so it's over above that area. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course, but 75 million in the float. Look left on that monthly chart. So this has got a lot of room, guys. This Arlo, if it keeps wanting to move, I mean, it has a lot of room. Look left on that monthly chart. This could be one, you know, that could be a multi-day mover. I have to stay away from the VXRT. It's moving down again, but I mean, this could, turn into a bit of a swing trade, guys, for those of you who are into that sort of thing, because, I mean, look at the room it's got. Look at the room for Arlo. And, yeah, as somebody mentioned, and the Dreamer's just talking right now, or mentioning right now, some news with Apple. Wow, there it goes. Okay, so I'm looking at the AI. Nothing's really shaking for me in the AI. I gotta stay away from this one. Let's see. VXRT. All right, guys. It's a little bit earlier than I normally do, but I usually wait till about 10:30. But I think I'll do it right now. Start my spiel. Look at the market. Look at the SPY. What a nice move. Market's up 430. Ah, there's cap. Blasted. It went through my buy area. But it came right back down. So all right, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Let me find that link first. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so if you click on my link, well, guys, there goes CAAP. I did not, unfortunately, I did not get it at my alert, but just could not concentrate well enough on it. But there goes CAAP. Relatively low float, 28 million in the float. If you click on my homepage link, the one AI that I have got my eye on is working out pretty well on the short side. So, lots of information here. Get the trade of the week. That'll get sent to your inbox about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. Look at CAAP, guys. Where could this one go again? Monthly chart has room to about, the 630 area. I do a recap what's happening in the room, so you can sign up for it right there. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Click on that link. All the scans that I'm sharing. And lots of education in this particular link. Click here, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Let me just put that link in on its own. I think it's a really, really good one. For those of you who are just taking trade ideas, signed up in the last little while, I think that's a really, really good education link for you. It covers all the aspects of trade ideas, excuse me, I'm just going to click on the link, all the basic features. You know, what is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. So this is something I think everybody who's brand new should take a look at. Take the time and do it. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can click on that link and you can see some of the basic features, what we have to offer. Oops. Also in that link, the education link, daily support session. So today, Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. He is the prime originator of the Trades of the Week, WWR this week. So you can head on over there. I will put the link in before I take my break at noon. There's, of course, the free trading room. You're already in here. Daily webinars. I'm assuming we're back. I guess I must have had one last night. Back to normal. Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Everything's free. More educational videos here. And lots of ebooks here, trading ebooks. Now, if you do want to take out a subscription, oops. So there's the promo code you can use for 15% off, 15% off either the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Barry 4 Alpha, all in capital letters, except for, of course, the numeric 4. So this is how much it costs. Premium, standard, premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. That's the main reason why people sign up for the premium service. Have a look at how our AI is what it's all about. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. You do not have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, you can do that. You can try us out. Standard, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If at any point you want to upgrade, we'll honor that 15% promo code. So if you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor it. So I do want now to go over what the AI is all about, and then talk about Brokerage Plus that you see here. So this is what the AI is all about. At the end of the market session, that's when the AI gets to work on an optimization routine. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies that get optimized. So that's what happened Monday afternoon once the market closed. And these out of the 50 are the ones that made the cut. Now, I always say this, I really don't care which ones make the cut or from what AI segment they come from. All I care about is what are the alerts that we're getting from them. So to see the alerts from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, manage the trades as you see fit. Yeah, I can share my layout. It doesn't have these two windows in here, but other than that, it's basically what you see on the screen. Remember, it's a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Oops. All right, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Only available, wow, look at CAAP. Wow, what a... Yeah, the spread is tightened up a little bit. It gets a little bit, right now it's only 6 cents. Yeah, I mean, it varies, so you got to be very careful. So this is the Brokerage Plus window, okay? So again, only available if you have our downloadable application, not available with the web-based version. So if you have an interactive, before I do that, just first and foremost, what Trade Ideas is a scanner. It's what we call an event-based scanner. You can set up your own trading, I'll call them trading scenarios by picking the filters that you want. Filters meaning maybe you only want to look at a certain price range, you want to have a minimum volume, stock has to be up a certain percent. You know, those are the filters that you'd use. Many filters, of course, that you can pick from. And then maybe if all those filters are met, you want to see when a stock gets a new high. And that's all real time. So for instance, this is in essence what I'm doing here. Basic new highs and lows. You know, here are the filters I'm using. You don't have to use the same ones. You know, I'm sharing this layout, this scan, but maybe you have a different idea about the price range you want. You know, I'm using 1 to 20, 1 and 20. Maybe you want something different. So these are the filters. So if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's what Trade Ideas is. You can set up your own scenarios. Now, we do have what we call an external linking tool. If you go to Tools and External Linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking in that if you click on an alert, instead of you having to type the symbol into your order entry, it'll go into the order entry in your brokerage platform. From there you can trade it. So it's a time saver. I mean, that's basically what it is. It is a time saver. Now, we do happen to have a special arrangement. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window, instead of trading from within Interactive Brokers, you can actually use this window to trade. You still need an Interactive Brokers account. And what I want to do is I just want to put in the video. Let me get to your question in just a second, okay, North? If I forget, just remind me, okay? Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. So I put in the Brokerage Plus video. So if you want to use this window to trade your account, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can do that. That video explains how you do it. You can set up things like, you click on an alert, you like what you see, you can go back here, right click on it, trade, and you can set up your own buying and shorting options, okay, in order to, you just pick how you want to trade it. You set these up ahead of time. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's really close. Okay, so that's if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Otherwise, for a lot of you, if you click on Simulator, you'll be put in paper trading mode, simulation mode, and 100% recommend that if you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All right, practice trading. There's no time loss, no, it's all real time. It's all real time. So practice trading. So what you see here, these are a couple of carryovers from yesterday in the simulator. Okay, I took WWR at 614. There's the price. There's the open P&L, so that's what I'm up. Okay, these are carryovers from yesterday, so you can use it to practice swing trading. Ah, look at VXRT. You miserable. This is what I wanted to do earlier. So again, you can practice swing trading. It's very simple to do. It's using our real-time data. Okay, Arnell, if you're using the web-based version, you're talking about the charts. Yeah, it's really designed for the app. If you obviously, I guess you are using the web-based version because you have a Mac or something. I should always say that. I mean, if you have a PC, and you're wondering what the difference is using the web-based version versus the app, always use the app if you can. So 5 windows allowed, you're talking about this charts. Yeah, there's a limitation on number of charts in the web-based version. You can only have 5. You can have 10 with our standard and 20 with our premium. So that's why. Absolutely, you can add a stop loss. Yes. This is what these scenarios here, buy and my short buying and shorting, their stop losses are already calculated in, and so there's a defined stop, and so consequently there is a certain number of shares that I'll take based on the stop. But it's all covered in that video. Okay, the Brokers Plus intro, it's all covered there. How that all works. So please, it's about a 25-minute long video, but if you're serious about using, the Brokers Plus platform and your Interactive Brokers account, but this also works. It's also a good video to watch even if you're going to paper trade. So again, very easy to do. You just click on a symbol. The symbol shows up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy. If you're going short, you sell. Not possible with Thinkorswim. Nope. Only Interactive Brokers right now. Okay. I know we're working on other brokerage platforms, but I have no idea when that's going to happen. Well, there's really not. Look, the AI in more detail. This is how I recommend you use it. Okay, just load this window, the strategy trades all, and watch as the alerts come in all day long. And then it's up to you, really. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and then it's up to you to trade, as you want to. It's really, I don't get too involved in taking a look at the individual strategies that made the cut, the different AI segments. I just don't care. All I care about is what are the alerts today. Only comes with premium, yes. And I don't display it because it's not fair to those who pay for the premium service. Yeah, it is possible to trade on the chart. If you watch that video, we have some buy and you have to assign a long strategy to the buy and a short strategy to the sell, and then you can trade using these buy buttons right on the chart. But again, it's all in that video. So again, let me just let's take a look at NTN. What did it do? Just looking to see if there's anything interesting maybe to take, show you how you can take something. Okay, let's take a look at BlackBerry. Yeah, it's coming back. So let's just take BlackBerry, okay? Just take it, couple hundred shares. Spread is a penny, so I can go in at the market. So you see how it just took it? Right there, took it. Put in a stop. Always have a stop, of course, before you take the trade, but I'm going to put a stop down here at 811, but you should have that already known. And that'll determine how many shares you're going to take. So I'm going to put the stop at 811. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it, how easy it is. And if I want, I can put a price target. If I want, let's put a 9 target. Right click, add the target, 9. So you'll see on the chart, in this monthly chart, you can see it. So if BlackBerry went back down to an 811 and I just allowed it to run automatically, it would take me out. I know it's maybe a little hard to see, but for a $61 loss, that's that red line there. If it went up to 9 and I just let it run automatically, it would take me out for a $117 gain. Now these lines are movable. So for instance, if this really started to work well, I could use this like a trailing stop. I could just start moving it up to areas on the chart that make sense. By that I mean, you know, you might see an area on the chart that there's, you know, let's say this gets up to 860, 870. You can start moving this like a trailing stop. Put it on an area where, okay, there's a new support area. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay? And I would use that instead of an artificial trailing stop like a percentage or a dollar amount. You know, if you're not in too many trades at the same time, you can just really use this line. Now, you don't have to, you know, this is all chart visualization, but you can, if you want, you can, you know, if I want to, these are hotkeys. So right now, if I want to get out of this STKL trade, I just highlight it and I flatten it. See, I'm out of the trade now. So these are hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half, and double will double your position. If I want to pick a certain number of shares to get out, all I have to do is just type the number of shares, pick the price I want to get out at, and sell. Okay? So very easy to use in my opinion, and it uses our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. So Benair, what I would suggest you do is start a live. I don't know how much it would cost exactly, you know, to convert. But why don't you start a live chat and they'll tell you. I'll give you the link for it. I don't get too involved in the it's on our homepage. I'm going to give you a link for it, okay? Like I just don't get involved in the accounting aspect of it, okay? So they'll let you know. They'll do the math for you, okay? Well, the AI, I mean, you can do anything you want with the AI. You can't set it up so much, but I mean, if you get into an AI alert and it closes well, and it's got, as I always say, room on the monthly and the daily and the weekly, you can make the determination yourself that you want to hold it. I mean, I'm not saying this is the ideal one, but GTHX from yesterday, I think the alert was, I can't remember where it was, but if you had held this, you know, it's a little speculative because it's a pharma, but you could have held this. Probably was about a $4 gain if you had held it. So it's up to you. Okay, I mean, as I always say, I mean, if you get into an AI trade and you like the way it closes, and you just take a look at these daily and monthly and weekly charts, and there's still room, you make up your mind if you want to hold it. So there's no spit. The AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. And that's kind of for statistical purposes. Do a little bit of a comparison. How is it doing versus the SPY? I use the AI like a watch list though. Okay, I have a certain price range I like. If I get some alerts in that price range, then I get interested. But I use it like a watch list, not unlike my own watch list here. So I don't take every trade. I don't auto trade. Now, who asked the question about options? I think, was that you, North? Are you still here? Mr. Gomez, number 3003. Yeah, Steve was the third subscriber of Trade Ideas. I'll pass that on to Steve. Thank you for that, Fernando. So, North, are you still here? You asked a question about options. I can attempt to answer you right now. Do I look for the AI for percent of shorts versus percent? No, no, I don't care. I don't care whether it's a long or a short alert. Okay, so we do have some option filters, and I can't tell you if they're going to help you, but this is what they are. So if you right click on an alert window and search, and we type in options. All right, we do have, we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio, put volume today, call volume today, options volume today. These are, pretty obvious ones. This one is the options volume. I keep after them to change it, but the name. This is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, and then here is the key metric right there, the key filter. Options volume today percent. So, remember I was saying, if you put 200 as an example in here, and if a stock has had on average over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts a day on average, then for you to see that stock today, it will have to be 4,000, 200% double. Okay, so this can help you zero in on abnormal option volume. Now, whether that helps you or not, I can't tell you. Okay, when you're trading options, but if at least it shows you what stocks are having abnormal option days in terms of number of contracts. So for instance, now it's not a great example because it's only 417 contracts, but that's 3 times normal. Now you can only, as I say, let me just, maybe I did that too quickly. This is all we've got. Okay, we have the put call ratio, we have the put volume and the call volume. If that's what you're asking. But when it's the total volume, no. You can use it in a topless window. All right, what time is it? 10:50. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So sad, sad F in the YouTube feed. You saw what these are the hotkeys that you can use. Okay, I mean it's limited, but I mean for most people that's enough. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half your position you can double. So it's just some very rudimentary hotkeys. Well, this was a very a quick one. 1350 got up to 1373. Not wouldn't call that great. Watch this is other than this one, the BTBT, which was really quick, but what a great percentage move. PBR, yeah, struggled to get through 10. Looking at some of these other ones again as a watch, just I'm using it as a watch list. 1770. So nothing earth-shattering today, other than the BTBT that had a tremendous run, quick on a percentage basis. I don't know what that means. Trade. Oh, trades per minute? No. I didn't know they had that. No, we don't have trades per minute. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but no, we don't have trades per minute. Ricardo, okay, obviously it doesn't mean kick. Are the trades triggered in Brokerage Plus when the alert comes up? Not sure I understand the question. I mean, you make the trade, you can do it manually, which is what I've demonstrated here. I took that manual trade for BlackBerry. So I mean, if you get an alert, oh, quick. Well, they won't come up at all. Okay, unless you can create, if you want, you can create. With your own alert strategy, there's a way in which you can auto trade it. You need a premium service, but you'd have to watch that video. Okay, but I mean, if I click on an alert, I mean, obviously, just by clicking on the alert, I'm not trading it yet. When I click on an alert, now I'm examining it, taking a look. Okay, do I like what I see? If I like what I see, then I can either, I can just manually go in and trade it. So it's not a matter, the only way it will auto trade is if you set it up, and you have to watch that video. I think there might be one. Let me just see if there's a video on running back tests. I mean, it just goes over. I mean, back testing is something most of our customers do not do. Let me just see if I can find. Let's see if this link works. I think that link works regarding videos on how to run backtests. Okay. Okay, so what you do now, are you using, okay, okay, good. So when you're saying you're loading it, it's a mess. So you can move the windows around, put them exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, so in other words, and this, by the way, this is good for anybody out there with multiple monitors. Yes, but I'm going to show you what you can do, okay? So if you anybody with multiple monitors, which I've got 3 monitors, so what you do is this. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of where you want and what you're going to designate as, say, your main monitor. So this is my main monitor. This is the monitor that I display for everybody. So I put my windows exactly, all my Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them. Okay, so you have to do it the first time, E2, okay? Do it the first time. Okay, so that's what I did. Put them exactly where I want them. I have other windows and other Trade Ideas windows and other monitors. I put them exactly, okay, take care, Sid. I put them exactly where I want them. Once I've done that, then I click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And you see where it says Open relative to main window. Check that. And save. Now then, when you exit Trade Ideas, you should do a few things. You should always save your layout to the cloud. Save or share to cloud. Give it, call it entire layout, give it a name and save it. You can save it to your computer, local computer, save your layout, give it a name. Also, when you exit, if this is the layout that you want to see every day, save your layout, yes. So when you do all that, when you load Trade Ideas again, you don't have to mess around with sizing the windows or putting them where you want. They'll all be exactly where you want on all of your monitors. Okay? So you have to do it the first time, but that's it. Oh yeah, otherwise it's a pain every morning having to rearrange your windows. All right, a little bit of volume coming into FSTX, guys. A little bit of volume. FSTX. Now the high in the pre-market, this is a very low float, 3.8 million in the float. And what do we have here? $9. Looks like 9 was the high, 9.02 or so, $9. So if this can clear 9, and I don't know if there's any specific news. Where is this one out of? This is a UK stock. They did a reverse split, okay. So that accounts for the low float. Well, look at it now. I mean, 9. I mean, listen, guys, it's not really trading a huge amount. All right, Mr. Blackberry, BB. So you see how this is working? Took the trade right there, 842. This is in the simulator. All right, I have to stick an alert up here. I mean, this FSTX. I mean, I think what happened here: symbol name change, reverse split. I mean, this could go anywhere. I mean, you know, when a lot of people look at this, they're going to say no resistance. Not true, but so look at the alert, 886, 945 right now for FSTX. What's the spread like? Oh no. I've lost my linking. Ah, I remember now why I lost my linking. I can't do this. File and click on exit. That's right. I cannot do that. Even if I don't exit. All right, guys. When I say I lost my linking, now I'm going to have to try to reestablish my link. That's probably not going to work. Oh, good. It came back easily. Okay. A bus is busting down here. Look at this. Big pop in the pre-market, but giving it all up. ABUS now has gone actually negative. One moment, please. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the one I'm talking about? The FSTX. Well, yeah, Whippy, I mean, wow. I mean, God, wow. 886 all the way up to 10. My goodness. Um, yeah, I mean, that's the, you live and die by the float. 3.8 million in the float. What is the float? The supply of stock. That's the available number of shares that can be traded. That is the supply. And when you get, for whatever reason, high demand, you know, this is why you can get these ridiculous percentage moves. No phone number, but if you, Drago, if you contact Kelly, and she'll look after it, okay? She'll look at your account. Make sure you just give her the email address that you use to sign up, okay? In fact, I'm going to private message you If you want, I want your email so I can give it to her. I can't private message you. Why? Well, just make sure when you contact her, give her your email. Okay? All right, what is this Sint? Haven't seen this one for a while. SINT has had some activity in the past. Look at Paratech, PRTK. Look at this little pop on volume here, PRTK. No idea. I mean, the next high looking left, so it took out, so there's the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 940. I mean, you know, it may approach that. If we get lucky, it could get up to that 10 level. A couple of tops right there on the monthly chart. I know. No, that's good to hear. Okay, dichotomy. All right, guys, I'm just, now I got ACB is getting weak. This was a big, of course, marijuana stocks, the cannabis plays were really hot yesterday. ACB kind of weakening here. Let's see if it takes out that whole number, 11. All right, AMBAC Financial. Oh, there's a nice little move for AMBAC. How many shares in the float? 45 million. Not huge. What sort of room does it have? Maybe not enough. You see, look at that weekly chart. You see we've got a high around 1660, 1665. So it's kind of close. I'd like to see a lot more room. If this weren't here, you know, if this were underneath down here, then it look you get a clear shot all the way up here. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to take this out, but I just like to see something that looks cleaner. All right, guys. Oh, this is ugly. Now, really ugly now. CAAS. Not shortable for me. CAAS, just not shortable. At Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I will be right back. What time is it? 11:15. Probably about I'll back at around 11:20. All right, I'm back. Right, yeah, see, too bad. This is not shortable for me. CAAS, this is just really giving it up now. Let's see if it holds that 10, that whole number of 10. All right, how is Arlo doing? I know it pulled back somewhat. I'm going to stick an alert around up here around 720. See if it takes this back again. Takes this area out. Might have another run. Not a low float. 75 million in the float. Oh, we don't mention ears. Yeah, wow. Look at what a move it had from hardly any action in the pre-market. No inkling this was going to happen. It's a low, yeah, it's a low float, 4 million in the float. This is an earning, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. I thought this was an earnings play. Elan, ELAN. Yeah, takes out 29. This has really not that much support underneath 29. Right around here, around 28 maybe. All right, guys. So, want to draw your attention to now the AI alert for CAAP. You notice, and I talk about this a lot. You should have the reentry time and the reentry price column up. You know, those are just columns you can add because you'll notice that there was a, it did get stopped out originally. There was another reentry at 483. And I'm just going to I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Here's the reentry time or reentry price, okay? These reentry prices are calculated right at the time of the alert because they're just halfway between the entry and the stop. And if the stock ever hits the stop price and then comes back up to that entry price, you get an alert. So there are a lot of different ways you can use the AI. Second, guys, I'm just wanting to check something out here. So you'll notice I've got a couple of columns here, max P&L and distance from exit price. I like to have these two columns. This kind of gives me an idea about how good have my exits been, when I get out of a trade. So for instance, on a BB, BlackBerry, it's telling me that my max P&L when I was in this trade that I could have got was $125. When I closed it, I closed out for 116. Not bad. I mean, it's obviously very close. Also, though, look at this. It is 24 cents under where I got out, which is obviously good. If you're okay, so that's telling me that so far my exit was pretty good. This one, not as good. There was my max P&L. I mean, nothing fantastic. Close it out, but it is now 28 cents above where I got out, as an example. Okay, so I love to have these two columns. It kind of gives me a bit of an idea about how good my exits are. So if you're practicing trading, I mean, it's, I think these two columns give you some good feedback. So I guess I did have some news. Positive in vitro efficacy data in protecting against. Okay, so this is a virus play then. This is actually a virus play. Ears is. All right, Arlo. Ooh, Arlo is right back in this area. Now the problem is that you'd be chasing it on the 2 anyway, but it's right back into this little area here. Ah, okay, John. If you're still in the room, okay, I will pass that on. Second. Okay, John, if you're still in the YouTube feed, I've just passed the information on to Kelly, so she'll be looking at your account, okay? Okay, ooh, look at this little pop here. RYAM, Ryanair, on volume. Look at the pop on volume. And this has room. I mean, look at this on the monthly chart. So last month's high was 717, so it's above that. Check over here, 681. Check right there, 734. So the only high looking left is around 734. I mean, it takes that out. I mean, look left. I mean, that has a lot of room. Has a lot of room. RYAM. See how that, what's it, let's see, 60 million in the float, 4 times normal volume today. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. All right. I mean, this is definitely interesting, guys. I mean, just have to look at that monthly chart. I mean, just has to clear this a little bit more. 734. It's right there. I think I'll stick an alert around, say, 738. See if it gets back up there. You know, well, like that. Not a low float. They don't all have to be super low. I mean, 60 million, but certainly not excessive. This Brazilian stock, Vale. Probably at a upper end of channels for RYAM. So let's see if it can just rest here for a bit. SAMA is trying to come back. SAMA. Wow, look what it got down to, 1070. It has popped right back up. Well, and it's also at the top end of the channel. But you have to, I mean, it just looks so interesting if it can really clear that area. You know, just rest here for a bit, and then maybe on some volume, it pops right through. Yeah, well, this is, you know what I'm looking at too, Rio. By the way, guys, interesting news. We might have a little deal going on with TradingView, January 1st. Can I get an alert as soon as they pop up in volume and price? I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly, Sam. I mean, these are real-time alerts, okay? I mean, it's all to do with the filters you've got in, and then whatever your trigger is, be it a new high or new low or new 5-minute high. I mean, not sure I understand what you mean in volume and price. Not sure what you mean. Yeah, we might have some kind of a deal going with TradingView starting in January. Okay, we don't have 1-minute highs. I don't think anyway. Don't think. Let me just see. Yeah, we have. Yeah, I don't think. I think the lowest on the filter is a 5-minute high. We have a change in 1 minute. Change in one. Okay, insane volume. Yes, you can use the volume right here. Volume 1 minute. Okay, volume 1 minute. Typically, I mean, if you went to the Momo channel as an example, but you volume one and you practice. Okay, when I say practice, you'll have to use, see what sort of alerts you get. And put 1,000 in here, put 1,500, put 2,000, put 500. See what sort of alerts you get. That would be the insane volume, comparatively speaking. Okay. But this AMBAC, I mean, I didn't really like it because of this potential resistance, but it's just sort of inching its way up. AMBC, just kind of inching its way up. There's a steel play. MT, where are they out of? They're European, right? Yeah, Luxembourg. Um, how's X doing? Okay. All right, guys, I'm just, oh, it's 11:35 already, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Yeah, well, that's why I have an alert set around 7:40 for RYAM. Ah, too bad. No shorts available for me for this CAAS. It just looks like it's going to keep sinking. I mean, it was an insane move yesterday. And it looked pretty insane even this morning. I mean, it got up here. I mean, this was the pre-market high, almost $14. Yeah, as far as a rounded bottom goes, I can't TJY. I have one of the scans that I'm sharing. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. One of the scans that I am sharing. Let me see, make sure I still have it there. And there we go, bouncers and toppers. Okay, so the bouncers might be what you might want to take a look at that one. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then click below where it says my scans. Click here, and take a look at the bouncers, toppers. So toppers are stocks that have topped and maybe starting to move down. Bouncers, just the reverse. Okay. Now, whether it's a rounded bottom or not, I mean, that's, you'll just have to take a look to see what sort of alerts you get. This is just in the simulator, Preston, okay? This is nothing, I have not taken this trade. Now, now, okay? This is just in the simulator that I took this. I think there's probably a lot of resistance right around 10. As Real has pointed out many, many times. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, you know what? When Vicky came in and was showing the vault, or I didn't really see what I considered anyway some great alerts. Wow, look at ears. Look, I mean, look at the volume that just came in. Wow, look at the volume here. I mean, this is traded. So you want definition? This will be trading the float. Who knows? Right now, it's almost 25 times. I mean, it's 98 million, 4 million in the float. So again, for those of you who are new to trading, wondering how can a stock go up 315%, up $3.50, 315%, look at the float. 4 million, very, very low. That's the supply. And they had news. For whatever reason, the news is just really, traders are piling into this. So there's high, high, high demand. 99 million already. So when we talk about the float turning over, you just divide the float into the volume for the day, and you can see that's almost 25 right now. Yeah, we got a relative volume of 121. So that means it's trading 121 times normal up to this point of the day, which makes sense, trading the float 25 times. Ah, the agony of a missed entry. Ah. Oh well. Anyway, it's almost time for me to take my break, so oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm looking at that channel, and it's above, and that's what Real was looking at too. I'm 100% sure. On the 30, it's above it, but so it's still giving an opportunity. I don't see that 775, but because I'm looking left on the weekly chart, and the next high I see is 813. Okay, or am I wrong? Yeah, no, that's that 734 that it had to clear. After that, I mean, look, it's got a ton of room still. Now there might be something else. Look at the cross right there, also 680 on and 670 right there. There's these crosses that hopefully I'll be able to start paying a little more attention to. Talking about a cross, there's that 8 EMA, the orange line crossing above the 20 SMA, the blue line. That can set up a potential long. So at 672 in the 2 minute and 681 just a little bit later on the 5. The only issue I would have is that I had a cross down just before and then the cross up. All right, just a minute, please. All right. You probably meant Ryan, right? Okay, let's see if it holds that little area of maybe now new support. Yeah, the volume is decreasing on its way down. So it's not like there are tons of selling taking place on that 2 minute anyway. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just doing some housekeeping. So keep an eye on RYAM for sure. I mean, this may now prove to be the little support area right there. You can see there's the high 734. If it can hold that high, for a while, base here, and then all of a sudden we get like, how about like a big volume bar like that? That could really propel it. Well, this is so interesting. I mean, a little bit of a pullback here. It's still holding that 734. Seeing how well on that 8 EMA and the 5 minute chart, it's still above. But again, listen, it may take that out, in which case, we'll just forget about it. Wow, what a fourth. You'd have nerves of steel on that. 490 down to 450. Then the pop, big dollar pop. Look at the volume for ears. Let's take a look at it on the monthly chart. Look at this monthly candle compared to the rest of them. Has a little bit of room left, I guess. Yeah, you're talking about clicking on an alert and having it load into a TradingView chart. Yes. Yeah, just use the linking tool. I do it right now. External linking, just do it. Just follow, add the link, go to the TradingView chart, and establish the link. It works really well. No, it works very well. It's perfect. Okay, so when you say how to add chart windows, so if you have a chart already up, you can just duplicate it. That's probably the simplest thing. Just duplicate it. Unfortunately, I just got rid of my chart. And that was my daily chart. I had the 200 day on that one. Shoot. Oh, it's not your fault. It's my fault. So yeah, just to add a chart, just again right click and duplicate. And again, in the standard service, you can have 10 charts. In our premium service, you can have 20. All right, guys, I am going to put the link for the YouTube feed in. If you want to head over there when I take my break, Steve will be there. Again, the originator of the trades of the week. So I'm just going to put the link in. And I will put my announcement in. All right. Well, I guess I'll leave you with the RYAM just in case. Just in case, guys. I mean, it's holding well. Remember that 734. That's looking like a little bit of a support area. What you really want to see though is you want to see some volume come in. Okay. You don't want to see it go up on little volume. You want to see it pop on volume. Now, how much? It's not so much how much. It's the relation between the previous volume bars. So, I mean, it'd be great if you could get something like that, the 5 minute. Okay? As I say, I'll be taking off, so maybe when I come back, it'll take that out on volume. Just remember, wait for the volume. Don't take it if it doesn't have the volume. Now, listen, it may go up with no volume, but better to wait for a big volume bar to come in. Otherwise, it could just be a bit of a fake breakout. Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by short squeeze. I mean, you can use the short float percent, and you can put a high short float percent. And if you think a high short float percent with a stock that is really moving, that can in theory give you a short squeeze. Okay, Steve, I see you there. All right, so I'm going to stop my feed in the YouTube feed.
There we go. All right. Helps if I turn the mute button off. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my desktop here. I'm Steve Gomez. I'm user number 3 of the Trade Ideas platform. Been around a while when it comes to trade ideas. And I'm here to help anybody that's looking for assistance, whether it's market related or trade ideas related, life related, whatever you guys want to talk about. I got my pen working there. Yep. All right. We're good to go. TradingView. How do you connect TradingView? TradingView is what would be a live website. I believe that for the free website you're talking about. For that one, I don't really have the ability to do all the trial and error in here right now on the live stream, but what I would suggest is there's probably a couple of different ways to do it. If you haven't explored, let me get my machine to unlock here. Every time I broadcast, the machine likes to lock up on me. If you have not explored yet the, there we go, come on, external linking feature right there. You can add a link and follow this wizard here. Now, it's a bit nuanced for certain web pages like that, perhaps. What I would suggest, who asked that? Cyberk, what I would suggest, if you really need help with the specifics and some of the nuances that might be required for connecting to TradingView, and you can't get it to work through that online, that little wizard I showed you there in the support external linking, I would go to our live chat on our website. Every page on our website has the live chat at the bottom right. And either Bill or William might have a better setup or a better configuration for how to make those work. There's a certain way you have to do that. You have to kind of drop the cursor right in the symbol window, and then I think you have to cut off something. It's a bit beyond me, but yeah, external linking. If you can't get that Cyberk, on your own through the use of the wizard and hitting the shift key, just remember, make sure none of the windows are touching. It's also important to remember to launch Trade Ideas as the administrator. And the way you do that is you right click on the desktop icon, and there is an option there that says Run as Administrator. That often helps as well. and then you want to get that blinking cursor right in the window where you change symbols in TradingView. And that's where you follow the wizard on Trade Ideas, move the cursor over and hit the shift key to identify that window that you want to link to. And there may be another setting beyond that, but again, the live chat on our website at the bottom right, either Bill or William might be able to give you additional further instructions on that. All right, well, let's check in on our trade of the week. I'll be talking about that later today. Nice gap up today. Gave up almost 20% from the open yesterday on the entry, which was down at 598. Traded up to 755. That's a pretty good day and a half move. I'm still in. I haven't sold any. And matter of fact, I'm mirroring some of the trades I do on the Trade Ideas simulation trade here. I've got that as an open sell order. I just kind of feel that's a considering what this thing has done in the past, it's not out of the realm of possibilities to push up there, especially when you've only got 11 million shares in the float. This is a low floater, and things can move pretty quickly with low float type stocks. Another thing that I've been doing as of late, and boy did it work out today, but I wasn't in the mood to take profits. I'm in full pig greed mode right now. What I'm talking about is the anchored VWAP. I click the anchor up here in the chart. I'm going to click the high pinnacle day of this chart. And wow, wouldn't you know, if you look at that purple line, you'd almost think that the sellers kind of knew something right about here. Well, this is something that's just popping up more and more as I use this more and more. If I was in the mood to be a seller this morning, I should have been, but I'm not. As I said, I'm being a greedy pig. I could have taken half off or a third off at that point. Would have been wise, but hindsight is always very crystal clear. But I use this very clean chart. I have nothing else on it, no other indicators. So I just kind of keep this in the backstop, and then I can use that as my AVWAP, anchored VWAP view. But what my other view shows me is that it's just beautifully riding this 10-period moving average. Okay, it got a little bit ahead of itself this morning. Again, day and a half is always a really nice, sweet trade for me. I'm kind of kicking myself for not taking some off there, but I might have been distracted. Also, if you notice, that anchored VWAP lined up beautifully with this gap. And gaps can be filled on the upside as well. And just simple eyeball tells me that that high also filled that gap as well as kind of hit that anchored VWAP we saw earlier. Always learning new stuff. I was not looking at anchored VWAP 6 months ago. Started looking at it, but in the last month, I've been looking at it a lot more, especially with these small caps that have been running. They get some pretty volatile peaks and valleys that you can anchor your VWAP from. Brian Shannon likes me to call it VWAP. I don't know why. He has weird hang-ups. He likes people to call it VWAP. I call it VWAP, and so does other people. It's just one of those things. Is it a GIF or is it a GIF? I guess there's no right answer. All right, guys, so I answered Cyberk's questions, and hello, Mike. If anybody else has pulled up a chair looking for some instruction on trade ideas today, we can use this time wisely. I'm going to take a moment, though. I'm going to show what I'm going to talk a little bit about later today in my hello, Sharmila, in my webinar. This is just a beauty of kind of a pattern here, up and then right there. That's just about as sweet as it gets. And normally I would be as bullish as can be on something like that. But there's a few things bothering me. One, there's some really interesting macro stuff going on out there that I kind of want to be light on my feet for the next 2 weeks to anticipate. Two, we have had a probably 75% run from the lows back here to the highs up here. At some point, things have to try and correct a little bit. This market is absolutely a juggernaut. But when I see giant moves that are almost 75%, and this is a 1 year chart as well, I mean, this is a pretty big range as far as things goes. Eventually, even the pretty patterns can start to run out of steam. So I've got that in the back of my mind. I've got, again, some global geo issues I think that are going to have to be worked out here that I would just kind of like to step aside on. But lastly, and I'm going to talk about this tonight, we have an indicator if you use sometimes that's called RSI, Relative Strength Index. And this allows me to look at the market and try and gauge how much momentum is in these pushes higher as we continue to all-time highs on the gap up today. How much momentum is behind that? Back here, I want to illustrate, this was some serious MoMA right there. That's the price, and this is the RSI, okay? Both in parity. RSI peaked out up here about 85, overbought. We got our correction. But now what I want to point you to is something that's called divergence. And I'm seeing very scary divergence, very attention-getting divergence. And what I mean by that is, if we take the highs and just draw kind of a simple, that's not exactly perfect, but I'm going to say that's, for the most part, let's do it right. Let's try and get it better. There, a little better. All right, a slight upward tint to the price action if we take it off of highs. But when we go to the RSI, we see something totally different. We see declining UMPH. I'm just going to call it UMPH, U-M-P-H. We're making new highs in the market, but we're doing it on less UMPH. And if you want to draw a correlation or a visual metaphor for an airplane, eventually an airplane can lose its lift, and when it loses its lift, it does something really nasty. It literally just turns its nose and just dives. And I've been in markets where I've been 90, 100% invested as a swing trader, and you come in and something nasty happened overnight, and the market starts off with a 1.5 gap down. The bell rings, and before you know it, you're 2.5% down, and you can't log into your account because everybody else is logging into their account. Before you know it, you are screaming for the fire exits in a burning building. And let me tell you, it's not fun. So I've had a pretty good month in November, and I've been around long enough to know that when things get easy, and I'm not saying trading is easy, I'm simply saying November was about as easy as trading will give you if you were focused on the right stuff, the electric vehicles and the alternate energies and the small cap. That was a pretty darn good month. And I'm happy just kind of folding up for a little bit and going to about 20% cash, right? 20% invested and about 80% cash right now, because I've got some gut feelings that are kind of warning me, and then I've got some confirmation of my gut feelings that are showing up here technically. So I am not really looking to buy. I've had a lot of people throwing ideas at me this morning, and I'm saying, yeah, thanks, appreciate it, but I'm not in a buying mood today, which is really hard because, when I look at this chart, this is pretty darn impressive. I'm going to go and take this RSI off so we can get back. All right, this is pretty darn impressive, but we can't just get focused on this framed picture right here, which is just extremely bullish. You just have to remember from where we have come. We've come a long way. And the UMPH and the RSI is dying out. And I'm not going to sit here and try and get greedy and add to a really good November when sometimes it's nice to just, to borrow from The Art of War. It's a great trading book, by the way, that translates the art of war into trading. It says sometimes after a pretty good victory, you got to just give the weary troops a good hot shower and a hot meal and 12 hours of sleep and kind of rest on your laurels a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's what I'm doing. Talk about that again this afternoon. All right. Gain is here. If I have the simulated and real account activated in B+, and I want to take a none strategy trade from the trade window, how do I choose which account to trade with? Well, to start off, you shouldn't be logged in to both at once to start with. Here's your strategies. As you can see, I've got a developer's version. Not to cheat, but you see E-Trade on there. You see TD Ameritrade on there. And these are all coming soon. but you only want to have one of these connected at a time. So you don't want to have your simulation connected at the same time your live is connected. Maybe I'm just way off on that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's the first point. You want to take a new, I'm going to assume that is a new strategy trade from the trade window. How to choose which account. So how to choose which account to trade with. You can use this right there, account. Use the account. That's the drop-down box you're going to want to use. And then from that, you can just use the simulated trading strategy, whatever strategies you want. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, you mean, Cyberk, just to expand on that, trading is 90% mental. It really is. It's really you against yourself. If there's any golfers out there, I know Shar's dad is a golfer, and if your dad trades any, he could probably really relate to the analogy that the golf gods and the trading gods pretty much sublease the same office space up there. You've got to be aware of psychology. There's so many different elements of psychology in trading, whether it's holding on to a loser for too long and robbing yourself of opportunity costs elsewhere. Or one of the biggies is, man, when it gets so good like it was in November, you start to just drop all your inhibitions, all your fears, all your discipline just starts to throw out the window because you're just so acclimated. Every day you come in, you buy something and it works. You buy something and it works. And eventually that mentality will come back to hurt you if you don't recognize it quickly. You talk to any old grizzled trading veteran and they will tell you, how do you start to feel after you had one of the best months ever? Do you feel like, oh boy, this is probably short-lived? Or if you're a newbie, you're probably pushing your foot on the accelerator because it's just so darn fun. And you need to get slapped once or twice to remind you that when things get this good, it's just a matter of time before there's an abrupt ending. And you have to switch to a different method. Yeah, Shar, it's playing within yourself. It's just you and the course, and your mentality. It's all in your head. How you set up, how you focus your shot, how you think about your swing, what your thoughts are. Are they positive? Are they negative? It's a tremendous analogy. Trading in the zone. Yes, Cyberk brings up a good point. It's probably one of the best psychology-focused books I have read. I always forget his last name, Mark something, but it's Trading in the Zone. Mark, I know somebody will type it in there and bail me out. Okay, so let's see, Trading in the Zone, and then Sam says forgetting to place a stop loss. I'm not sure what context that was in. You must have been adding to something I may have been saying. Speaking of stop losses, I try not to use them. Thank you, Mike C. Douglas. Oh, Mike. Yeah, Mark Douglas. Thank you. And Damien, both Mike and Damien. I try not to use hard stop losses because they're visible to the market-making algos, the predatory quants. If you don't realize why your commissions are now free, you need to realize that they're selling you out. And one of the juiciest, most valuable orders you as a trader can give to your broker is to pop in a good till canceled market stop loss order that immediately gets piped over to Citadel and Virtu and some of the other market-making algos that pay for this information. And trust me, they probably pay top dollar for your good till canceled market orders. And they scatter plot them and they look at them on a chart and the algorithm studies and says, it's a no-brainer. If we just drive the price down here, tip the scale, knock these pins over, immediately reverse, do this all day long, the people that program that stuff can retire extremely wealthy. So I don't give them that satisfaction. You have to have a mental stop Because if you're in there, there's probably others in there at the same level. They're going to go and they're going to pick you off. I got picked off yesterday. I did it. There was too many things I was trying to manage yesterday, so I set a couple of manual stops, and they did exactly what I would expect them to do. They went down and they hit me, and then they bounced for the remainder of the day, just to spite me. Trailing stop order instead. Yes. You can do a trailing stop order instead. Let me pose this to you, Sam. Are you on the phone talking to clients all day long? Because if you are, then yes, grabbing that trailing stop and adjusting it up as you trade on the day is probably a good thing. But if you have the ability to manage something on your own, I just pulled this up at random, AG, okay? For those that have been around my seminars long enough, the 15-minute chart only consists of two things now. I won't get back to that later. This 10-period simple moving average. So let's say, for instance, you were long AG, and you picked up the phone, and you had to talk to some clients, and you're watching this, and you're watching it, and you're saying, oh, gee, you know what? If it breaks this level right here, I want to get out. I want out right there. But what you really probably should be doing is managing using this right here, the 10 SMA. And I'm going to pull backwards in time. We'll play the time machine game here. Okay, so here's the morning. It opens up. You're thinking, oh man, I loved having this gap, but I didn't sell the gap open, and now it's going against me. And every tick that goes against me is profits I could have had. Trust me, I know how you guys think. I've been doing this forever. It's how the human brain thinks. If I don't sell now, I'm not going to lock in the best profit, and I'm not going to feel good about myself. Well, what you really should be noticing is, okay, just take it easy here. Let's see what happens when this rising 10-period moving average comes up to catch the price. All right, so let's just see what happens. Oh, there's another new low. I don't like this. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, the price didn't even want to get near that. That tells me it's even stronger than I would hope. So look at that. So what I'm getting here is, if this was my stop loss, now I can go ahead and put this in as the day goes on. Maybe you just tuck that right there under that moving average, and that becomes a level that you can manage if you need to turn your back. If you don't need to turn your back and talk to clients all day, the rule of thumb that I use is, once I'm in profit-taking mood, I wait for the closing candle to break on those. Here's silver. It's not breaking at all. That's not going to break either. Gold miners, they're all very strong. Let's see if we can find an example of, okay, so here's the S&P. Technically, right now we're below this rising 10 SMA. If this thing starts to get heavy and posts a closing candle below the rising 10 SMA, I believe the momentum, that was not much momentum in the first place, is going to die out for the rest of the day. I believe that once a candle closes on a stock that's been in motion, hopefully yesterday and part of today, and we're heading into the lunch hour, and the candles start to close below this rising SMA, and you are in profit-taking mode, that is probably the best way in which you can manage, Sam, you can manage your stop, rather than constantly adjusting a trailing stop up and turning your back on it. Even a hidden sell order is not going to work. I shouldn't say that. It depends on how the hidden sell order is there. If the hidden sell order actually resides on a server that doesn't get sold out to the quants, and a dark pool server is not exempt, the quants can sniff out and see everything on dark pool exchanges. It's really hard to not think that they can't see your order. Your commissions are free, and they've rigged that part against you now. I'm on a few trades, and if I look at them, then I let them slide too far. I try not to look at them as much as I can. I try to let them work and then just come back and check in and say, where is the 10 SMA? Now, I'm going to go over to the trade that I'm in. I probably could have taken, see, there we go. Let's just, in hindsight, I would have been great taking some profits up here, but look what happened. This was the moment of truth in the WWR trade. This is the moment that if the momentum was going to continue, it should have moved higher. All right, so maybe I'm mismanaging this trade a little bit. I'd like to stay in it longer. I guess I'm just being greedy. But the point is, if you had recognized that trade right there, about 720, what it is, I don't know, you saved yourself almost 40 cents here having to agonize over, well, geez, now do I get out? That's the whole point I'm trying to make, is that if you're in profit-taking mode, this moving average will hold until momentum breaks. And that becomes your moment to sell. And that's what I teach everybody that cares to ask me, because it's simple and it works. Me, on the other hand, I'm looking for bigger prices on this. Again, I probably could have sold half up there and done a better job, but greed kicks in. Okay, so on Interactive Brokers, I still would not trust them, Cybrick. I still would not trust Interactive Brokers for residing any sort of stop loss market sell order. If you pick up the phone and call them and they can say, oh, don't worry, those orders reside on our server and we don't sell them, well, then you can hopefully take them at their word. But I don't trust any market order to sell as a stop loss that I hit the button on and let sit out there in space. I don't trust it. I am kind of kicking myself here, really, because in hindsight, if I just would have seen ahead of time that this anchored VWAP was running into, it lines up with my theory, and Char's heard this theory many times, the day and a half theory. If you can get positioned, which I was, and ride one solid day and then a half of the second day, this is just proving my theory perfectly here. Momentum just seems to fall apart after a day and a half. That's the moment in time in which the short-term traders say, I got what I want, I'm out of here. And then it needs to set up again. And when I say set up again, I'm talking about the daily chart. This moving average here, this 10-period moving average is probably going to have to come up and kind of catch it. So maybe we're back into 2 or 3 days of consolidation again before it gets a second move. I'm patient. I can sit. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any charts? They're kind of confused. They don't know which way they might be going. I can always look at those, and it always helps to know if you're long and where, and what your plan is. If you're looking for a stop or you're looking for an upside target, it can always be educational for anybody else just sitting back and watching. While you guys think about that, let's go through the AI trades and see what we could learn based on what I was talking about. Look at this. Here is a short sell in the AI, indicated by the arrow down. Here's our 10-period moving average, and here's our entry. So you say, it's coming back up and it's going against me. What do I do? Well, says Steve, speaking in the third person, you monitor that 10-period SMA. And you ask yourself, did the candle close above this declining 10-period SMA? No, it didn't. Conclusion, stay in the trade. Next one. This is a long. Okay, look at this. A pullback into the gap, and then the AI triggers the long right there. Are we above the simple moving average? Yes, we are. Any reason to get out? No, there's not. We'll do one more, and then I'll get over to your questions over there. Another long. Okay, interesting. This one was a long down here, pulled back. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's close enough for government work right there. The top of that green candle closed right on the line. We still have 4 minutes left before this candle closes. It's a fighter. I don't know if I would have gotten out of this one yet. The idea is to make sure we wait until they close. Last one, I promise. Here's our long entry right here in Micron. Here's our rising 10 SMA. Here's our first test of the day. No reason to get out. All right, so Shar is looking at Hexo. He's looking to get out of a hole, says Sam. Let's take a look at Hexo. I've seen Shar talking about Hexo, and let's see what we got. Oh, we had the big almost the big day and a half reversal. I mean, if you don't count that day back there, yesterday was day 1, day 2 was the giant gap, and you had to be quick. So Hexo is probably resetting now. It's done its thing. And also, if we look at the intraday, Shar, you can see held. Hey, kind of a fake out there. Held there. But this was the first candle that closed under. And since then, our 10 SMA has now acted as a lid. So it seems like the froth is over in that one. That doesn't mean it can't reset and consolidate and take off again at some point this month. But the initial momentum has been broken. And again, if you count yesterday as day 1, if I'm on my game and I get a giant gap on day 2, I usually try and take half that. And I'll show you a perfect example. And it looks a lot like this chart, Shar. CLNE, we were talking about that one. I was long. I think I was long on this day. I considered this day 1. It closed on highs. I was already, look at this. This is where the open was at the top of that red candle. I sold right there because that giant gap was everything I would have wanted to take that money off the table and look elsewhere. And it never really saw that level again. So I'm only showing this to try and help the next time you guys are in a giant mover like Hexo, and we go back one day and you take it home and you're having your glass of wine at night and you're looking at charts and you're like, man, this thing really closed strong and it closed at highs. If this thing gives a giant gap tomorrow, I should probably just take at least half on the open. If it trades just a tiny gap, 5-6 cents, and then starts ripping on the open, well, then try and ride it as long as you can using the 10-period SMA as your guide throughout the day as to when to sell. But like CLNE I showed you a minute ago, yeah, Mike, and Hexo, two very similar type of trading action. Giant gap after a big green candle. Take that gap on the open. Let everybody else suffer through it. At least half. I'll tell you, I mean, I go back to that and it just kind of, there's just something about nailing a giant opening and not looking back. It was a gift and you got to take it sometimes. I'm sure there's other great examples out there. Let's see if Plug Power had one going back. No. Some of the ones that have ran recently. Okay, here's F-Cell. Look at that giant green candle. The next day it gapped up, went up a little bit, and then crushed. So you could have sold a little bit on the open. Yeah, there's that open right there. Went higher and then collapsed. Always take some off the table when you're given a giant gift like that. Let's check into the S&P. Now they're really fighting. They're really trying to hold on to that intraday. And then the VIX goes to lows. All right. Anybody else have a chart that they would like to look at? I would like to go back to my WWR. It's trying to bounce. But when I see that right there, that's kind of a little blow off top. When you back out, it didn't look as strong and ominous, but when you zoom in, that was a pretty good little blow off, and I'm kind of kicking myself for not taking half. Maybe I'll get a second chance. All right, CDNA. Great, you got some charts coming in now. So CDNA. First thing I do is try to look at the, well, let's reset my charts here. Medical laboratories. All right, well, there's really nothing to complain about here. And as you can see, it's been riding since yesterday afternoon. It's been riding our little 10-period moving average here. It looks pretty good. It's probably got a date with these highs back here. Doesn't look bad at all. All right, Damien wants TLS. Really nice breakout. Okay, so maybe we have an example. Now, this is a new issue as well. New issues can just defy all sorts of craziness, but a lot of things stand out here to me. Very good. Look at the tight range of the last few days. The tighter the range, the bigger the move out of them, especially with a new issue, because there's just not that much, that many dogs in the fight on either side. A giant push higher. Now, if we can move to the end of the day, and if you can get a fully green candle with a close at the top of this green candle, and if we switch to our intraday here, test number 1, pass. We're probably about ready to get test number 2 coming up here, maybe at the top of the hour. Just hold this line all day long, all right? And then if you do get a nice close at the end of the day at the top of the candle, I would anticipate at least some sort of a gap tomorrow that maybe you can fade out of. We'll see what happens, but that's a pretty darn good looking chart. Who are they? Telos Computer System Design, new issue. All right, BABA for Sam. BABA is under pressure. It's definitely under pressure. It's on the other side of the mountain. The 50-day moving average, which is it's not the momentum line, but I'm going to call it a health line. If it's above the 50-day, it's healthy. If it's below the 50-day, it's starting to get sick. If it's below the 200, it's not healthy. So once it broke its blue line 50 here, got oversold. You can see exactly what happened. It's showing its true colors. 3 days got snagged right there at the rolling over 20 period moving average that crossed the 50. And it's probably getting ready to cross that one too. It's under pressure. BABA does not look good. I'm going to tell you that right now. You got a gap down today as well. The one thing you're going to want to watch is what's going to happen when the 20 and the price meet again. We meet again, right? Because last time the 20 won. It won the battle. Will the 20 moving average declining beat the price up again? If the price candles can close back above the declining 20, then I would say maybe there's a chance to try and trust this thing once again. But I don't trust Jack Ma as far as I could throw him, and I could probably throw him pretty far. The comedy is free. CRM for Sam. Eesh. Just a mess. Just a hodgepodge. You know, look at all these moving averages just twisting. Nothing but twisting moving averages. And the price trying to find its way. I don't really have a strong opinion on that one. If I had to guess, I would say it's under pressure because it's under those moving averages. You'd like to see them at least above. All right, caught up on charts, I think. David wants to look at PGNY. Ooh, looks like I had a little bit of a blow off there, but it's probably setting up again. Home healthcare services, that's an interesting sector. Nothing wrong with that. So I see a giant blow off candle here. Had really nice 4-day move, it appears. But a big old wick like that after a solid move up is saying, beware, let this thing settle in for 3 or 4 days. Ideally, what you're going to want to see would be an actual touching of the price candle on the 10-period simple moving average, a 10-day moving average, it is. And what I happen to notice the most about strong stocks that are doing this, that pull back to consolidate, they're likely going to do it in the first 30 minutes of the day. That seems to be when all those stops are run. All those things I told you, like everybody right now that doesn't really understand what's going on, and maybe they bought, let's just use an example, right? Maybe they bought right here, and they were happy as a clam up here, but now they're watching their profits erode away. And for whatever reason, they've drawn a line in the sand right here, all right, at the low end of today's wick. But that low end of today's wick still has all this space to consolidate. I would venture to guess if somebody put a good till canceled stop order and then drove to their office that day, by the time they got to their office, as I'm saying, in the morning, By the time they got there, their stop has been hit in the morning. There's just something about these stop hunts. They like to go after the good till canceled stop orders and run them out in the morning on strong stocks. They don't run them out in the afternoon. They run them out in the morning. So if you see PGNY run out the stops in the morning, and at the same time you look on the daily chart and it's touching that rising 10-day moving average, that would be an interesting place to take an entry in my book. A lower risk, higher return type entry. All right, that was PGNY. Here's a fun one. I was long a pretty good chunk of X. I sold half on this day, and then I sold the other 40% right here. And I've been holding on to 10% that just laughs at me the whole time, all through here. Talk about leaving a lot on the table. The only reason I'm leaving that tiny little fractional share is so I can leave it on the radar, and maybe we can rejoin again and rendezvous on some sort of wacky downward consolidation in the opening bell of the day, as I was just discussing. I will use that moment in time. That's essentially what I'm doing there for PGNY, what I just said. That's exactly what I'm doing for X. I refuse to sell that last 10% chunk, which, by the way, you can see down here was at $8 in B+. It's a pretty good position. I just got tired of watching it slow walk. The minute it did something, I sold too soon. All right, what's next? So yeah, you're in already, just waiting for the proper time to add. So David, that would be the proper time to add would be like I'm talking. If it jams down tomorrow or the next day into that rising 10-day moving average, that's when I like to add to things that I'm already liking. That's exactly what I'm trying to do to X here. Okay, gains. How does using the change to 10 SMA 15-minute work as a stop loss in auto trade? It won't, because you're asking the auto trader to constantly adjust your sell stop. And the auto trader won't do that yet. It has to be done manually. Auto trader just looks at a spot and says, okay, when it breaks this level, you're out. But the problem is it's not updating. This is what I was told. It's not going to continue to update the new data as it comes in and draws the continuation of the line going forward. Now, that is something we're working on to try and make better, because there are a lot of people who do want to take full advantage of auto trading, which would imply I'd like to go have lunch and know that my stop loss is being moved up automatically for me. Yeah, we recognize the value in something like that, and so we're working towards it. But right now, the system doesn't have the logic to continually update, cancel, and replace and report back to the broker on what you want to do like that. All right, so more on the 10 from Ollie. Can we consider a 10 moving average is exit point in close candle for small time frame? I don't see it for 5 minute. Okay, so I don't see the 5 minute time frame working as well. You're welcome to try it and kind of do your own experiment. Off the top of my head, I don't think it will. I think what you're going to get is a lot more noise. I think a 5 minute candle that closes below that line might pop right back up, and on the 15 minute, it's just a beautiful little wick and never really bothered me in the slightest. So what I've learned over the years is zooming out to the 15-minute perspective keeps me in the game, and it's just the sweet spot time frame that I like to monitor. But you know, to each their own. That's one of the reasons I say wait for the candle to close, because if you don't, there's just too many attempts, too many battles on that front, and you got to really kind of wait and sit back and see who wins the battle. Going back to the Art of War, as I said, there's a great trading book. It's called The Art of War for Trading, and it literally takes the strategies of the art of war and kind of translates it to how you might incorporate that into trading. As I said earlier, give your troops a nice hot shower and a hot meal and 12 hours of rest, and they're happy. Don't overwork it. But in this context, oh shit, I lost my train of thought. I knew that would happen at some point today. The art of war, that's right, is waiting for, and the context was waiting for the candle to close. So there's a chapter called When You Come Upon Two Factions Fighting, it's best to sit in the bushes and wait to see who the victor is before you pair up with them. So don't choose your side prematurely. Wait for confirmation. And for me, confirmation is the wick of the candle popping back up and closing above the 10-period moving average. It's easy to get shaken out too soon, and I would consider a 5-minute time frame probably shaking you out pretty soon, pretty quickly, Ollie. Now let's check in with the market here. Yep, getting a little droopy there again. Here's something I'm noticing. I mean, this SPY just can't get through. There's something about this level here, this 267 level. Might as well just draw a big old brick wall right there, because it seems to be having a hard time right there. How's that translating to the VIX? I'll be honest with you guys. I bought a little bit of VIX too. It's not recommended, but it's just one of those things I'm kind of playing into my gut, seeing what's happening. Don't forget the R and R in Ho Chi Minh City. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. Again, I'm not doing a whole lot today. I'm just kind of managing this trade of the week. Don't really have much else going on. I sold a lot of the stuff that I had yesterday and giving the troops a nice warm meal. Boy, silver turned on a dime. Tesla, big push on the S&P 500 news, and now just consolidating sideways, probably waiting for that moving average to catch it. This is an interesting alternative energy stock, Bloom Energy. Kind of doing some consolidation action there, just waiting for that moving average. Let's see. How do I use the account builder? What? Oh, you know what? Is that an old web page full of strategies? Because I think I may have seen that question yesterday in support. That is an old list of old scans. I would recommend, if you're looking for ideas for scans, is to go to the channel bar, which is really what replaced the account builder. And the channel bar has a lot of different themes. And in this one called Traders Vault, we have a lot of my scans and other traders scans here that are pre-configured, and you can use those. It just kind of depends on what you're looking for. So I think that's what you're referencing. I saw that yesterday, the account builder. It's just a palette of pre-configured strategy ideas, but the ones that were in there, you meant the channel? Yeah. So, I mean, if it's a channel, let's see, I've never even been to that channel. And I hasten to go to them because once I go to a channel, it clears out all my scans, all my returns, and I don't like that. I don't like coming back to blank scans. Wealth Builder is what it's called. They're constantly making new ones in here. Can't even keep track of them. Oh, account builder. There it is. Um, you know, I don't know what's in there, quite honestly. So let's just do it. That's why I'm here. I'm supposed to be here to help you guys, right? Account builder, big winners. So what we do is we just go to configure. This is a top list window. And what is it showing us? It's showing us stocks between 1 and 20. Okay, so they're low cap stocks. All right, so that's a big plus right there. You're not going to see anything over 20. Daily volume, current volume is 50% more than normal, so stocks doing good relative volume. Today's volume, stocks where the price was up. Okay, so these are stocks that are under 20 bucks that have decent volume and they're up more than 2% on the day. I believe that was what it was, 2%. Let's see. Change from the close, 2%. So stocks under 20, up at least 2% on good volume. And it's just a list, and they're sorted by change from the close. Now, this one's up 300%. The one that's up the least is only up 3% because you can see it's sorted by change from the close. Let's come to this one down here. Growing your account. Another top list window means it's just filters again. So the answer to your question is it looks like these are stocks under 20 that are doing something. Oh, okay. So this one is doing 10 times relative volume. So it appears that this one is showing stocks that are up 1% on the day, but they're doing incredible volume. You see these volume spikes on these. So that's why it's called account builder, because a lot of people that have small accounts trade the stuff that's under 20 bucks to try and get the most bang for their buck. And that appears to be what's going on here. Let's see, what is this? Oh, those are my price alerts. That's funny. And over here, we've got an A window. So different from the T windows, these are ideas, curated ideas in the top list window. And over here is an A window, which means alert. We have to have an event, and in this case, it's going to be a new high, or it looks like a new high ask, the offer lifted. New high bid, new high ask. Okay, so 3 different events can trigger that. And I'm going to guess their stocks no more than 20 bucks, up 1% from yesterday. And this one is 4 times relative volume. So this one is going to show you in real time. If you're somebody who wants to chase things that are making new highs, this is going to be the one. Now, upon further glance, what I might do to this one to make it a little better, it doesn't seem to have, it's got volume today, which means 300,000 shares. But what I might want to add would be like, I'd like to see stocks that came into today averaging 500,000 shares a day. And I bet we get a completely different look. There we go. CX. That's a much more heavily traded, liquid, if you will, looking stock. So that is our little tour of the account builder. I'm actually kind of glad you got me to go there because I haven't really gone to look at it. And I can remind myself now that for people who only want to trade things under $20, this is probably a pretty good place to start. A lot of charts on here too. All right, so I will go back to my layout and I will be okay with the fact that these 2 windows over here only have small data, but that's okay. This one, by the way, is just nothing more than S&P new highs and lows. So if this window just turns red solid for a few minutes, then, well, maybe I notice there's something happening. Let's just take a look and check in with the S&P. What's the S&P? It's just holding on, just doing what it's doing. What's the VIX doing? Are people getting nervous? Nope, they're not nervous at all. They're just going to lows. All right, I'm with you guys for another 5 minutes or so. Let's see if I'm popped up to the questions here. Bullseye Trader, you'll email your question. Okay, info@trade-ideas.com is the best one. Bullseye. Aware of the Trader's Vault? Yep. Yep. Okay, I think we're all caught up. right, another 5 minutes or so, then Barry will come in. Some nice consolidation on that one. Factory outlet. Let's go back to this one. This one, Fossil, is an interesting one I was watching, but look what it did yesterday. It closed below that average, and now it's fighting to get back above it. Would be an example of when those don't work. What's probably going to happen to Fossil here is it's probably just going to get a little sloppy, and there we go. It's going to get a little sloppy and just kind of wait for this rising 20 and see what happens when it gets to there. So once they break and close below a key average, I can already see that little high spike this morning spiked right into the daily average, and sellers jumped in. So this thing's got some work to do now. I would, if I was long and waiting to see what happened here and it closed below, I would have got out yesterday at the close. Yeah, you guys are welcome every Tuesday. All right, thank you, Shar. You're welcome. Thank you for all you do as well. I'll go ahead and type to Barry. I'm ready anytime. IWM, the Russell has been strong. Oh, look at that. You know, Russell's really looking strong, looking very nice there. Again, I'm having a hard time being suckered in for another push higher. I'll get over it for whatever reason. But looks like he's getting ready to start. So thank you all. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Guys, keep keeping an eye on RYAM. You know, it's holding a little bit choppy, but it is still kind of holding this area. Yeah, Moderna really not reacting well to that. Well, that news just came out though, but I mean, that's one. Did that come out 30 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago? And probably, yeah. Is Pfizer being dragged down also? Not so much. Pfizer's not really being dragged down that much. PFE. Because, I mean, Moderna is negative. Pfizer is still positive. It's up above. Somebody posted it. Okay, I don't know where. I don't know. It's probably in the off topic. It's up above. Maybe in the swing trading. No, I don't know where he posted it. It's posted somewhere. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the RYAM. Yeah, BNTX, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, they're the partner with Pfizer, but they really tanked. I mean, Pfizer, I mean, it's still positive. Was BNTX with Pfizer or with Moderna? Okay. Meanwhile, CLRB on the move. Look at this, and look at the volume coming in, guys. Look at the volume. I don't see any specific news for it. 23 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. Thank you, Iris. This was the Moderna news. All right, guys, getting set to do my video pretty soon, another 5 minutes or so. Boy, I wish I had shorts for that CAAS. Let's see if they're still not available. Not at Interactive Brokers anyway. This looks like a catastrophe waiting to happen again. I mean, this I can't remember exactly why this went up. Yes, I do. They had some announcement yesterday, 120,000 steering units produced or shipped or something like that. So I mean, I guess it was realistic news to some extent, but and it's a very low float. Yeah, nicely done again, William, on your little short of CX, but you're probably out of it, right? You're probably out of it. Yes, sir, and proud of it. You're a funny man. Yeah, I just wish I don't see any news on it. It's not a super low float. I mean, 23 million. Again, not excessive, but it's not a super low float. And this is not shortable. CLRB, not shortable at Interactive Brokers anyway. Ooh, it is now. I wonder, did they just show up? No, I must have looked at the wrong symbol because, yeah, there are a ton, 1.87 million shares available. So definitely shortable. Okay, so the float is the available number of shares. Think of it as the supply of stock. It's the available number of shares that can be traded. So when you have what I call a low float, anything under 20 million shares, I consider a low float. And then you get situations, like yesterday, this is 11 million shares with CAAS. I think there was one this morning at 2 million shares. I can't remember. Anyway, the lower that number, and if there is a catalyst, in other words, some reason for demand. Like yesterday, they came up with a press release and they said, we've shipped or made 120,000 steering units. So that caused a feeding frenzy. So just think of it as the float as a supply of stock. So if you have a low supply and high demand, these are the sort of things that can happen. I mean, not obviously today, but I mean, at one point this stock was up probably 300%. So you want a low float if you're into a stock that has got a lot of action for whatever reason. Now, the downside is that once the buying stops and the selling begins, it can drop really quickly too. So you can't get into a low float stock and walk away from it for an hour or even 5 minutes. You just never know. So it's not a matter do you want a large float or a low float, but if you want to trade Facebook, go ahead. And Facebook, I mean, to its credit today, is up 4%. I mean, that's a big move for Facebook. But typically, it doesn't have a percentage move like that. It has 2 billion shares in the float. It takes a bunch to move a stock, and for whatever reason today decided to. I see. So something to do with probably Libra cryptocurrency again. So cryptocurrency. But typically, when you have such a massive float, it's going to take a lot to move it. Think about a big ocean liner, okay, to turn. That big ocean liner has a huge wide radius to turn around as opposed to a little speedboat. So your little speedboat is your low float situation, and your big Queen Mary or whatever they're called these days, that's your high float situation. Takes a bunch to move it. That make sense? Just think about any other commodity on Earth. You have, if you have a low supply of it but high demand, what happens to the price? All right, guys, it's time now for me to do my video. So I will pop the link to my video into the room. This is just a recap I do. And today is Tuesday, so it is a marketing meeting session at 2 o'clock. Well, for me, 20 million is sort of what I will call the upper range, okay? Anything under 20 million to me is a low float. But again, I always have to say this. If a person is used to trading Facebook with a 2 billion float, if that person who's used to trading these high floats, 100 million will seem low to them. You know what I mean? So all right, so let me just pop this into both rooms here. So if you click on my home page, and you will see right there this daily video that I do. You can sign up for it. So I usually finish by about 1:25, and it usually gets sent out about an hour or 2 hours later, sent to your email. So now I'll just put the announcement in. Okay guys, so I'll put myself on mute and I'll be back at about 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, well, I keep watching Ryan. It's just not really breaking out yet. May not. In fact, there's a cross down, so. Nice, nice, nice pullback. All right. How's IPOC doing? I know you don't care. I'm just kidding. I know you're thinking 30. Syntex Technologies, 24 million in the float. Boy, look at the SPY. I mean, look at the 15-minute. Look at this 15 minutes right there, just flattened right out. Nice pop pre-market, a little bit of a move, and now for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 3 hours, just flattened right out. Yikes, look at ears again. Oh man. Look at the volume. 200. So there's there's 50 times. 50 times. This, yeah, would not surprise me. By the end of the day, it'll be 300 million shares with a 4 million float. Again, you want to know why. So we talked about the float just before I did my video. So that's why you can get something, an insane, up $5 on a $6 stock, up 460%. You can only have this if you have a very low float. And then you have all this buying coming in. So you'll hear that term also, turning over the float. So again, you just divide the float into the total volume, and that's how many times it's turned over, which is almost about 50 times today. Be interesting to see how it does tomorrow. And you can just see, I mean, this is today, 203 million right there. There's I mean, just look, going way back to 2017. It's just completely and utterly, I mean, there's no comparison. Well, that's an awesome short if you, William, if you took this one, CLRB. I'm going to start trying to look again like I was doing before the test drive, actually. Trying to, find these ones to short, these ones that appear to be topping out. Are you not using Interactive Brokers? I guess you're not using Interactive Ofidel. I keep forgetting. I thought you had an IB account too. I keep forgetting. I thought you had one also. Well, yeah, in this particular, but you know, it's funny because in the past little while, you Fidelity has showed up with shorts, whereas IB hasn't. But in this particular case, it's strange because I think I saw there's well over 1 million shares. Yeah, 1.88 million shares. Well, that was pretty close, real. I mean, BlackBerry got up to 971, not quite 10, 969 maybe, so not quite 10. That was pretty darn close. It may not be over, but it doesn't look good now. There's a cross right there, 917. Try to pay more attention to the crosses now again. Yeah, if you could handle that pullback here, yeah. But I mean, I guess the idea would be if you were in here, then you trade it out here, and then watch, and then try to get back in up here. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, that to me, that for me, that would have been way too big a pullback. 885. I mean, yeah. I mean, over $1 could never, ever, ever have held on. Zoom. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I mean, they had earnings released after hours yesterday. Let's back this 15-minute chart out. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but you look at all these topping tails, and I think I read that revenues quadrupled and et cetera. But you know what? Not good enough, obviously, because look at this. The bloom is off the zoom. You're right. Yeah, you're a good Canadian. Yes, sirree. That's funny. I think I told this story before. BlackBerry was the only that was the last stock that I ever initiated for the first time a buy in the post market. This is going to tell you how many years ago it was. When it was about $120 and they were having earnings. And these are the days where I didn't have my rule of never, ever, ever, ever holding through earnings. I didn't take very many, but I think it dropped to about $15, and that was that. But you have to go, I don't know how many years ago you have to go back to see BlackBerry at $120. Maybe. 2000, there you go, Lily, thank you. So, wow, was it 13 years ago? Oh. Wow. Yeah, they had earnings, and I let's it's everybody was saying they're going to explode on earnings, you know, easy 20, 30, 40 bucks. I didn't take very many, so it's not like I got killed in it or anything, but well, you know what? If Ryan takes out that 34, this might, I mean, it's already been a decent short up here, 752. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing some corporate decisions, you know, with BlackBerry. Nope, nobody wants a browser. Nobody wants a camera. Well, I think originally they talked about not having a camera for security reasons, you know, because of BlackBerry was this big secure phone. So for corporate espionage, we're not going to put a camera. Nobody wants a browser. Yeah, no touch screen. Yeah, all the incredibly ridiculous decisions they made because they had the world. They had the entire world. Everybody had a BlackBerry. Yeah, he made out okay. Yeah. You know, it's the same as the Sony Walkman. Sony, I mean, look, you guys, if you remember, I mean, Sony Walkman had the world for mobile music devices. They had the world, and they let Apple take it away from them. Sure. Okay. Done, Paradox. Okay. Do you see it, Paradox? The problem is I can't leave this. This is a sort of a flaw in this private messaging. I have to stay on you, and so okay, Paradox. I'm going to have to leave. Okay, there we are. Oh no, no, no. I think you stopped that a long time ago. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at SINT. You know, it's funny, Gerard. I worked for briefly way back in the day for Wang Computers. Was it Wang? No, 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 no. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. Those dedicated word processing units, like Wang, what they were the king. AES Data was another one. They were the kings, and they refused to believe that people would buy PCs with a word processing program. They said that won't happen. That just won't happen. I was actually working for one of those companies, and I'd come from a mini PC background, so I knew about PCs, and I kept thinking, my goodness, you have blinders on. Yeah, I remember Nokia, sure. All right, guys, I am not getting too many new alerts right now. Is NIO bouncing? Well, this will be interesting tomorrow. I mean, Goldman put a big buy recommendation on them, so it didn't really help. Helped a little bit in the pre-market. You can see right here, little pre-market action. Market open though, and just nothing. Barry's bored out of his mind. Just waiting for the marketing meeting to start. Yeah, the CAAS keeps moving down. Who's got shorts for this? Anybody, any broker has shorts for CAA? Not you, Zach. I know you have shorts for everything. So you don't count. Fidelity, really? Trade zero, really? Interesting. Wonder why. Now this is not, okay, so I don't know what happened here. Is this a dividend or something? Some kind of a split off, spin off. There's no way this happened. Down 70%. So maybe CAAS had shorts available yesterday at Interactive Brokers too. I just don't know. You know what? PLTR is starting to, I mean, it's been probably curling for a while here, but it is, look at the 5 minute chart, 25. So, it's popped about $1. Looks like it's trying. This can have some big moves. PLTR. How's Arlo doing now after the big move it had? Is it still? No, it's come back a little bit, guys. It has come back a little bit. Been very, very choppy on that 5 minute chart. Azul, AZUL, South American airline. All right, guys. Well, I did take one AI alert, not exactly near the entry price, but I did take one AI alert. I talked about it at no, not at length necessarily, but the one that's under $5 earlier alert. It was a short, and it is it's been working okay. Now let's show you right there, 417, 468. Now I did not get it at 417. I actually let the whole number break. It's the only AI alert I took. Another Brazilian stocks. I just didn't like this one because, excuse me, it's got a huge float, but you know what? It's moving. That's Vale. All right, guys, listen, I'm just going to check on some emails right now. And as John says, ask me questions. All right, hey, look what's happening. Look what's happening to ORMP all of a sudden. Now that's a crazy cap on the 2 minute chart. All right. Well, that's what I'm talking about right there. So I mean, set 13%, 417 down to 360. I'm not in at 417, just in under four. That's strange. That's a gap down on a 2 minute chart. Maybe a 3 cent gap down on a 2 minute chart, and yet the spread just widened out. Just going to take some out. Ooh, I don't want to get too greedy on this RMP. See if it has another drift down into the 50s. Well, I'll see if I have the answer for you. All right, we've got space. We've got Valet on the move here. SPCE on the move. How are we? Same way. Just tools, external linking. No, 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 no. It's just no, no. I mean, you can't trade within TradingView. It's just we're we already link. I mean, you can link, using TradingView right now. It's just that we'll probably have some kind of a deal going with them that if you take out a subscription with us, you'll have availability with TradingView. At either a discount or huge discount, something like that. It's going to be like a partnership arrangement. Hopefully by January 1, it'll all come together. It's just a matter of getting the logistics in terms of the billing. Well, this is a race of space and Azul. I'm here. Come on, get that ask down. Boy, space on the move, guys. Excuse me, SPCE on the move. I mean, this is so last month the high was what 28.88, so it's almost there. Takes that out. I mean, remember these days? I mean, it just went absolutely crazy. This month it went absolutely crazy. Got all the way up to 42 something. Another one for William, the SINT short. Well, I mean, you can see that. I mean, if it can really break free of this area, yeah, 23% short interest, you know, this area right here, I mean, it can really start to fill this in. Uh, Not exactly the question. I can't even read it. I like those things though, little brain teasers, math. They make you think, and it's not just it's some kind of a. Okay, I'm just watching. I'm watching the. I have to keep an eye on this ORMP. See if it can have this little drop again. Hey guys, hey, my meeting at 2, about 10 minutes away. Okay, now let's see, ORMP 361, 363. Anybody take that from the AI? You're trying long here. Okay, well, I'm short, Torp, so I wish you well, but not that well. But I'm in at 396, so I've got room. So we can both, I made my mind. No, I want more. I'm upset because I wanted to trade some out right down here and I didn't quite get it and the spread jumped on me, but we're looking okay. 361, 362. Looks like we might get back into the 50s. I mean, it's coming into, let's see, maybe a little support down here at 342. I mean, I doubt if it's, well, who knows? I might get down there. There's the 200-day moving average, 331. So some support areas getting closer. Okay, now CX might be getting ready to have a little run at that 527 again. Basing, little cross right there at 505. Basing nicely, takes out, let's see, if it took out 511. Thing is, that's a huge float, 1.45 billion in the float. That is a big, big, big float. I'm surprised it moved like it did right here. Look at ACB, guys. ACB, it is now really starting to drift down. Not drift, I mean, there was some pretty decent support right around 1077. Look at it now, ACB. Really interested to see how this one does tomorrow, ears, if this is going to be a one-day wonder. I mean, because it's still, in theory, it doesn't have that much room. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, 676, what did it get? What did it get to today? 645. So up to that area. I mean, it could, in theory, but I mean, look at the monthly. I mean, it could. This, of course, did reverse splits. This is not really. This stock was never actually at $200, but reverse split adjusted. That's where it would have to get. All right, guys. I am going to put myself on mute. I'll be in the meeting. I just want to get set up for it. Hey, Steve, just want to congratulate you on another stellar trade of the week. Not so much because it went up like it did, but when I was watching it yesterday, I looked at the other lithium plays like LAC and LTHM, and they did not do anything near what WWR did. Now, WWR, of course, has a way lower float, etc. But I thought that, I mean, for that lithium play to do what it was doing, kind of going against the sector, really. So, well done. Mhm. Just do it well. No, it's excellent. I mean, it's yeah, yeah, no kidding. So it's not like you when you're in the. Of course, I can't hear you guys when you're in the YouTube. Been 12 to 1. So when they asked you for a scan for it, you couldn't come up with one because there wasn't one. All right, guys, I'm back. And obviously, out of the ORMP, there was a big pop it took. It did not get into the 50s like I was kind of hoping, but made a little bit on this. This is a really strange looking 2-minute chart. You know, these little gaps here, very, very changed, even on the 5-minute, these little gaps. So, anyway, all out of the ORMP. I mean, the delisting of the China stocks, I mean, that's been talked about for a while. I mean, listen, anything is possible, I'm sure. You know, maybe more oversight on the companies might have to take place. But as far as just a, now, I haven't looked in it in that much detail, but as far as a blanket, that's it. No more China stocks on the U.S. Stock market. Well, I find that hard to believe that would happen. Just as we write this into law tomorrow, I just find that hard to believe. But anything's possible, I guess. Boy, NIO though, wow, is it ever speaking about delisting? It might just delist on its own. But no, NIO is just getting thumped. After the Goldman upgrade this morning, or pre-market that we talked about, it didn't help at all. And Moderna, yeah, wow, Moderna, man, oh man. This was 170 at one point, right? Yeah, 178 this morning. Boy, oh boy. How is Pfizer holding up? I think Pfizer's holding up. It's nowhere near the devastation that Moderna's had. Excuse me. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is the news. Whether it's, and I guess it's being viewed as negative. Well, GKK, you got to be proud of me if you're still in the room. With it took all my resolve not to get out of Mara. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yes, well, Mara is starting to come back. I mean, I'm look at El Dorado, EGO, big float. Boy, El Dorado, EGO, nice move here. So, guys, it's getting close. I'll be shutting the room down around 3. I'll stay later if there are questions. Yeah, I'm not a gold player at all, Tin Man. Okay, the sector, I've never really traded gold at all. I don't, I'm not a big commodities type trader. So I know gold's not quite a commodity, but you understand what I mean. It's like I don't trade oil based on oil pricing and things like that. You know, an individual stock, you know, if it has earnings or something, fine. But as a whole, I just don't have a feel for it at all. Top right window. How can I create that in my layout? Are you talking about this right here, the single stock window? Okay, I can give it to you if you want. So that's actually one of the things I share, but I can give it to you right now. Okay, and I don't think there are any, yeah, no custom formulas in here. Okay, so that's good. These are just, everything in here is just a filter. Okay, this is just what I like to see, but understand that if you right click and configure, and here are all the filters. Okay, I mean, you can add any one of these filters. These are just the filters that I like to see. That's all they are. So if you saw something, then you could say show column as an example. Okay, if you saw something you wanted to add, this is just what I like to see. Boy, it's a nice little move for Mara now. Oh, man, GKK, are you still in the room? It's so tied to, I mean, I know, but it's so tied to Bitcoin right there. As I say, it took all the resolve in the world for me not to sell it when it was down here. So why do you say that? I mean, I understand. I know you're really bullish on it, and it's one of the reasons why I'm in it, as opposed to Riot, to be honest. I mean, but I've never really participated in any of the crypto stuff. But why do you think 10? Like why? I know last they bought some computer, or they bought some data mining computers. Was it a couple of weeks ago? They've done their financing, so they seem like for a company I really don't know much about. They seem to be in decent shape. Fred, you and your Summit. You've been talking about Summit for a while. Yeah, it did get up to 555, I guess. Well, I mean, if it ever gets, really going, yeah, I mean, Summit has a ton of room above it. Oh, I guess this was, well, it looks like, no, I don't know what this is. I want to say this was an IPO today, but hard to believe. Is this really an IPO today? You guys know the IPOs that happened today? CNXC, such an expensive one? No, I know you've mentioned that guy quite a bit, Fred. Yeah. One day, IPOC may just start to run. Still not ready. Okay. Well, you've been bang on a few of these, so. And I've made money in and out a few times on it, so I'm certainly happy in terms of the Mara. SNX spinoff. Oh, okay. I do not have any IPOB. I don't have the same feeling about it as you do. Maybe if it takes this out at some point, 24. As you know, I swung this one, oh, I don't know, around this area here, so I did very well on it. So Zach, is that those are stores, like physical stores, brick and mortar? Obviously. And yet online, I mean, but online, even if we hadn't had the pandemic, online would be moving higher and higher. You're a funny man, John. And my upper lip is so bare now. I got rid of the mustache. It's a weird feeling. Wow, this is a nice, this is a nice move for Mara. Volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. And it's just, tracking Bitcoin. GBTC. I mean, it's just doing it's the only problem I have with it, GKK. It's so tied with this. I like to think it could trade a little bit on its own too. I mean, within reason. Yikes. What happened here? Low float. Yeah, there, another one. Look at that. Low float, 3.2 million in the float. Crazy action. All the way up to 1173. Yeah, this one is shortable. I'm not doing anything now, but that one is shortable. How many shares, just for fun? Not very many. I bet you they get snapped or were being snapped up. 38,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Well, I guess this was an okay short, on a day that really not much happened out of my watch list today. I mean, the BTBT, was had an amazing, very quick run from 8 to 9. After that, there were some okay, but nothing fantastic today. Nio, yeah. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, I mean, somebody asked, should we be swinging this one? I did not want to, of course, I'm not going to say yes or no, but too much resistance, I thought, anyway, even if it had held up in this area, but this is really starting to give it up. Yeah, now, yeah, this is really starting to give it up now. All right, so I'm just looking here. TD Securities maintain BlackBerry coverage with a hold and a target of $5.50. And that was at 14.39, so 2.39. Thank you, TD Securities. Yeah, I mean, look at them all. I mean, the China stocks, I don't know, maybe it is people worried that they're all going to get delisted. It's very possible, I guess. That's the reason. But it's not like Goldman woke up today and said, we want to, I mean, I can be skeptical, but I mean, they know this is coming also. So I didn't actually, let me see if I can find, was there a price target that they actually put? Goldman upgraded the previous rating of sell to the current, okay, so it's neutral. Okay, so it's not like they said, okay, this is going to 100 or they think this is going to 100 or anything like that. So this is basically upgrading from a sell to neutral for Goldman, just reading it now. Little, I mean, the market's been interesting. I mean, we had a gap gap up, little pop, flat for looks like almost 3 hours. A little bit of a run here, and now we're getting this red candle. Boy, who's going to step in and buy Zoom now? I mean, right here, 366. That's a critical level for this one. But it's already had earnings, so I mean, really, who's going to step in and buy Zoom now? All right, guys, are there any other questions? You're more than welcome. Okay, Cyber K, okay. All right, guys, I think I'll shut her down now. Shut it. Well, you can ask now. You can ask a question now, Cyber. I'll stay. I don't mind staying. Yeah, the wiggle filter is one. I actually thought that Brad, who is one of the, well, I don't want to call him the developer, but one of the partners in Trade Ideas, I thought we're getting rid of it. I mean, if you look at what they, if you look at, yeah, don't, I wouldn't use it, okay? I mean, he's talked about it in the past, I've heard him, and he doesn't use it, he doesn't recommend using it. So that's an easy question, don't use it. Okay? Yeah, just don't use it. I thought he was going to get rid of it. Yeah, you too, Fred. Yeah, so if you're not sure about them, then maybe just shy away from them. Yeah, just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Kind of an interesting day. I wouldn't call it a. Yesterday I thought was way more interesting, but at any rate, we'll see what happens tomorrow. So I'll shut the room down now, and I'll open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.